Hello, welcome to MQL5 Complete Guide course. In this course, you will learn everything about the most efficient programming language to automate your Forex trading strategy. With no prior Forex basic or programming knowledge needed, I'll teach you the basic, then dive deep and deep into the advanced part of MQL5, step by step, section by section. Kindly note that this is a preview of my Uch course on Udemy. This course contains quizzes and real-life algorithmic trading strategy project which I structured with the intention to teach you in a practice-oriented fashion. In this course, we will start with Forex basics, then programming basics, technical indicators, how to build our own technical indicators, then we'll dive into EA development, then class project where we will get our hands dirty with real-life algorithmic trading strategy projects. Then we move into the advanced concepts where I will teach you how to create objects like trend lines, botting, etc. on the chart. You will learn a great deal about MQL5. Without further ado, let's get started. I will see you in the next lecture. Hello, welcome to Algorithmic Trading Bot Development for MT5 using MQL5, meaning Meta Code Language 5. My name is Ganil Ibrahim, aka DAC or DAC. I am a professional Forex trader, a Forex bot programmer, and I've been freelancing for years on Fiverr. With the aim to teach you how to develop MT5 bots, I'll be teaching you Forex basics, things you need to know as a Forex bot programmer, then programming basic for MQL5, indicator development, EA development, and we jump into real-life projects. Under the Forex basics, I'll be teaching you the genesis of trading. I'll be introducing you to MT5 terminals. I'll be teaching you the type of position and order that are available. I'll be teaching you trading terminologies. Another programming basics, I'll be teaching you variables, data types, operators, decision making, loops, functions, and array. And we move into indicator development. Here I'll be introducing you to technical indicators. Then I'll teach you how to use built-in indicators like moving average, RSI. Then I'll teach you how to develop your own technical indicators in case you have that in mind. Then I'll teach you how to implement the developed technical indicators or a custom indicator developed by other people. Then we'll move into class projects. I'll introduce you to trading functions. I will teach you how to undo errors and debug your project. I'll teach you how to develop break-even and trailing functions, then how to develop pyramiding functions. Then we move into the expert advisor development section. We'll be developing a moving average project. Then we'll be developing RSI EA. Then we develop a crossover EA that uses break-even and trailing. Then I'll teach you how to backtest and optimize. Then we move into real-life projects. First off, we develop a martingale strategy together. Then we develop edging strategy EA together. Then a grid trading EA together. Then we learn how to develop a project for a friend based on his written requirements. In this case study, we learn how to send out signals to Telegram groups. Then finally, we learn how to develop equity protector. So in the advanced concept, we learn how to draw trend line, horizontal line, vertical line on chart. Then we learn how to draw buttons and panels. Then listing to click on the button or keyboard event. Then we learn how to build a dashboard for our previous project, for example, the equity protector. Hello, welcome to the Forex Basics lecture. So let's talk about Jennifer. So imagine Jennifer have a reason to travel to Europe. So she's a US citizen and she decides to change some USD into Euro. Then, for some reasons, she could not travel. Now she was forced to exchange a euro back to USD, and she did that, let's say, after 5 days, and eventually she realized that the conversion rate has increased. So the amount she bought the euro is now lower. So she have made some dollars while converting back the euro to USD. So that is the genesis of trading. So you buy a currency at a lower rate, then um, when the rate increases, then you sell. So automatically the difference between the rate is your profit. So in the case where you buy at a lower rate and the price continues to dip, so you are now trying to sell at a lower rate than the one you bought, that's a loss. So that is the genesis of trading. So I recommend you go through this website called babypips.com. So in here, in case you can't find this link, so you just come to the bottom of babypips.com, then click on how to trade forex. Yeah, you'll be able to go see this page, and try as much as possible to go through all the lectures. So you see, you start with what is forex, how to do trading, stuff like that. You learn about lot size, then indicators. You learn a lot. So I recommend you go through this, all of this. It might take you weeks, but it makes you more confident. Even if you are a professional, there are some things you probably don't know, and for sure you find it here. So please try to go through these websites and go through all these courses. So now let's talk about trading terminologies. The first thing we'll be talking about is ask price. So now in trading, all we do is we buy, we sell, or we hold, and that is generally what you do in trading, either stock, forex, or crypto. You either buy, you sell, or you hold. You hold on to what you have. So now, ask price. So let's assume you're trying to buy something. So now, the price you'll be buying will be the ask price, because the ask price is the price that the seller is willing to sell to you as the buyer. So now, that's his ask price. Ask price coming. Let me come again. Ask price is the price the seller is willing to sell whatever you want to buy to you. So if you are buying in forex or crypto or stock, you'll be buying at the ask price. So the bid price is the price the buyer is willing to buy whatever you have from you. So for example, you are trying to sell a house. Your plan is to sell the house at 1,000. Let's say $150,000 US dollars. Then whoever is buying from you is saying he or she can only buy for $140,000. So it's either you bring down your price to $140,000, or you find another buyer that is willing to pay 150,000 US dollar, which is your own proposed price, or you stick to the first buyer. So the price the person who wants to buy from you is willing to pay is the bid price. So let me come again for the ask price. The ask price is the price in which the seller is willing to sell to you as the buyer. So when you're buying, you buy at the ask price, and when you are in the selling position, you sell at the bid price. So now, basically, ask price is usually higher than the bid price or equal to the bid price. So when you see the ask price, when you see two price, and someone is telling you that okay, one is the ask price and one is the bid price, guess which one is the ask price. The highest price is usually the ask price. So moving on, spread. So the spread is the difference between the ask price and the bid price. That's ask minus bid. That's the spread. tick. This is the smallest move that can happen in a particular instrument. So let's assume you have gold and the current price is 4,000.01. So the small, let's say there's a new change in price, the smallest move in gold is 0.01. So that's the smallest move. So in that case, tick is the slightest change in price that can happen in an instrument. So it differs in different instruments. So the smallest move in gold is different from the smallest move in Euro USD. So now pips. This is the smallest price change that is significant to us as a trader. There is under there's a smaller price change which we are going to look at in the next one. But the one that is significant to us as a trader is the pips. Then we look at the point, which is the smallest. It's usually is a fraction of the pips. So like that's why I mentioned when I was explaining the pips that it is the significant change. Point is significant to some traders. For example, some traders they look into they focus more on points, not pips. So but as a trader we focus more on pips, while some actually focus on points, but it makes it larger. So now basically generally the difference between the pips and the point is that point is a fraction of pips. So let's say we have 10 pips. 10 pips is 100 points. So it is multiplied by 10. When you multiply your pips by 10, it gives you points. So that is the difference between pips and points. Slippage. So now imagine you trigger a trade at a price. Let's say you are monitoring a particular instrument and you plan to buy at a particular price level. Then you click on buy or sell on that level, and you eventually realize that when your trade get filled or get attended to by your broker, you see that the price has changed a little, maybe by few points or by few pips, let's say 1 pips difference. Now you're like, why? Yes, the problem is because of slippage. So now when you trigger a trade, before your order or before your command gets to the broker server, there might be a new price. So now the new price at which your order gets filled on getting to the broker server, yes, you might be thinking, but it should be fast. Yes, it is fast, but practically it's not that fast. Because sometimes when the volatility is so high, you realize that there is when you plan to buy at a particular price, you eventually do not get filled at that price, exactly that price. So slippage is the difference between your filled price and the proposed price which you trigger your trade. So let's assume you try to buy at 1.4000 on Euro USD, and eventually you get filled at 1.4001. So now the difference between the price is 1 pips. I'll tell you how to calculate the difference between prices for pairs later in the lecture, but the difference here is 1 pips. So that is the slippage. So the slippage at that moment is 1 pips. So now the essence of knowing this is sometimes you want to control the difference or the change in price your order get fit. So what can you tolerate? So that is where you specify the slippage at which you can tolerate. For example, if you are willing to tolerate up to 5 pips, so and you trigger your trade at 1.4000, so if the or if your order get to the server and it's about to get filled at 1.4004, then you can tolerate that because it is within 5 pips that you specify that you can tolerate. The moment your the moment your order get to the broker server, when your price is now 1.4011, which is 11 pips difference, then you can't tolerate it. Then you can easily the EA you automatically refuse to accept such order, so because you've specified the slippage you can tolerate. So now lot size, this is the amount of, or let me say the volume that you wish to, the volume of the asset you wish to buy or sell. So now the stop loss. So in the case, let's quickly go back to the story about Jennifer. So in the case where Jennifer intentionally buy euro with the hope that the price is going to, the rate is going to increase in the next 5 to 10 days, and eventually the rate reverses and they decide to go down. So in that case, Jennifer is now losing money, right? So now, at what level can she tolerate to lose money? Or at what level can she continue to tolerate to lose money before she consider giving up? So that is your stop loss. So at what level do you can you hold on to till as the market goes opposite you? So that is the stop loss. So now, at what level are you satisfied with your profit? So that is the take profit. Let's assume after buying the euro, Jennifer, after buying the euro, then she realized that the price keep increasing and increasing and increasing. Now she's scared that, oh, what if the price start dropping? So at what level do you plan to get out of the market or get satisfied with the profit you've made so far? At what level do you plan to get out? So when the rate is now up to a particular level, even if it's continued to go up, you just want to withdraw, you just want to stop and keep your profit. So that is take profit. So now time frame, this is the duration or the time each bar carries. So we have different kind of time frame in forex trading. So basically the um, the conventional time frame that we have are 1 minute time frame, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 4 hours, 1 day, weekly, monthly. So now in MJ5, sometimes you see 3 minute time frame, you see 12-minute time frame. So that's even in TradingView you see such thing. But the first ones I listed are the traditional are the conventional time frame we have. So each time when you are on 5-minute time frame, each bar represents 5 minutes duration. So when you're on 1 hour, each bar represents 1 hour duration. So you see the first bar for the day, it represents 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. Then the next bar will represent 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. So that is on 1 hour time frame. So for 15-minute time frame, you see the first bar will represent 12 a.m. to 12:15 a.m. Then the next bar will be from 12:15 a.m. to 12:30 a.m. and so on. So that is how time frame is. So now the next one is commission. So now when you try to buy, you need someone who is willing to sell, right? But the forex market is a big place, and you can't, you are sitting in your house, you are trying to buy a particular commodity, or let me say a particular instrument. So that means you need a seller. So there's someone, let's say you are in US, there's someone, let's say in South Africa, who is willing to sell the same amount you are willing to buy, but you don't know the person. So now the job of your broker is to get you who is willing to buy or who is willing to do the opposite of what you are willing to do, because before you can buy, you need a seller. And before you can sell, you need someone who is willing to buy. So now, the person in charge of connecting you to the opposite person to conclude the transaction is the broker. So now the broker also needs to take something home. So that is where commission comes in. So most broker, they are different kind of broker. So some call themselves ECM broker. So some so depending on your broker's nature or your broker's terms, some brokers don't even charge by commission. They charge by spread. So they take advantage between the difference between the ask price and the bid price. So now, the, the generally let's focus. Commission is the charge that the broker takes for completing your order or your transaction. So now, in the case where you hold, let's say, I mentioned that there are three things you can do in the capital markets. You either buy, you either sell, or you either hold. So in the case where you are holding overnight, so the swap is the price you pay for holding an instrument overnight. So the price differs from brokers to broker and also differs from day of the week. For example, the swap on Fridays is usually higher. Or let me say the swap during the beginning of the weekend is usually higher. So you should look up to the swap and commission that your broker you plan to use are charging you before you consider trading. So for example, so I have a brother who is trying to get into crypto trading, and he was trying to use a particular broker. I won't mention the broker. So now, do I have to tell him that this broker you are trying to trade with, because he's trying to do day trading. So this broker you are trying to go for will charge you so much to the extent that your profit will be eroded by the commission. So why not go for this and that instead? Because when you want to day trade, you must choose your broker carefully. You must choose a regulated broker, not the broker that they mess with your profit, that they see us take profits and then they refuse to allow the market price to eat your take profit. Instead, when your stop loss will get hit even when it is not appropriate time, or maybe they increase the spread so that your stop loss gets hit. So some brokers work opposite you. They don't want you to succeed. So you should make your research on which broker to use. Also, when you are considering that, you should consider the commission and swipe. Yes, some will promise you zero spread, zero commission, but of course, no one run business with the intention to make no profit. So they are making profit somehow. So try to go for a broker that is transparent and try to understand how they are making money off you as well. Don't just believe that it is zero spread or it is no commission or little commission. Try to understand, how are they making money? Are they making money when you are losing money, or they also have your interest in mind? So also go for a regulated broker. Also, you go for a broker that you can easily withdraw your money, not the one that will keep your money and tell you that okay, you need to do this before you can withdraw your money. Try to make your research, thorough research on broker. Also go for a reputable broker as well. Please make your research on the broker. I would like to recommend a broker, but the best thing is for you to make your research on the broker to use. So now the next thing is equity or balance. So equity and balance are two different things. So now equity is an unrealized balance. So when I say unrealized, that means it is still fluctuating. Your equity can potentially go up or potentially go down, and this happens when you have an active order. When you currently have positions open, that is when your equity is unrealized, when it is floating. But the moment you don't have all your positions are closed, then your equity is now equal to the balance. So your balance is your deposit, or your deposit plus your profit and loss. So that is your balance. So let's assume you deposit 10,000 US dollar, and so far you've made 1,000. So your balance will be 11,000 US dollar. So now your equity will be the same so far you don't have any position open. Let's assume you have a position open and the position is 10 USD in profit. So your previous balance was 11,000 USD, right? So now that you have 10 USD in profit, your equity will be 11,010 in unrealized in your unrealized wallet, which is your equity. Meanwhile, your balance will stay 11,000. So the moment you close your position at that 10 USD profit, then your balance will become 11,010 USD, and your equity will be 11,010 USD. So it will be the same with your balance. So your equity is an unrealized balance, while your balance is your deposit plus or minus your profit and loss. So now your floating P&L. So we mentioned that in the equity. So your floating P&L is your unrealized profit or loss. So when you have a position open, then you have a floating P&L. So your profit or loss on that position or positions is not realized yet until you close the order. That is when you've realized. So because you are in $2,000 profit in your open order, doesn't mean you are automatically in profit until you close the order or position. That is when your floating P&L becomes your realized um, profit, and it add up to your balance. So now margin. So now margin is like a collateral for doing business in the capital market. Imagine you're trying to buy a house of $100,000, but you don't have up to $100,000. So now you only have $30,000. If your broker is willing to accept $30,000 so that you can perform an operation worth $100,000, that is your margin. So now your 30,000 is a collateral that you have to pay. It's more like an upfront payment to do a larger business transaction. So that is margin. So leverage is the ratio of your deposit and your transaction power. So if the leverage is usually in ratio, so it's usually in something like 1 to 100, 1 to 200, or 1 ratio 200, 1 ratio 500. So that means when you deposit $1, you will be able to do an operation worth 5, let's say 100 more. So that is what leverage is the ratio of your deposits and your transaction power. So now I've mentioned broker. So the broker is the intermediary that brings the buyer and the seller to make transaction possible. So basically, most broker are not. There are different kind of broker. So that is one of the reasons why I recommend you going through the Baby Pips course. So this is not a forex class. I will have gone into all these details. There are different kind of broker, but generally have it in mind that your broker is in charge of making buying and selling possible, bringing buyers and sellers together to make transaction possible. So that is the job of your broker. And like I said, there are different levels of broker. There are some broker, they are not the one who execute your order. They are not the one who find you the opposite dealer. So they also put your position to another broker, a higher broker, who have access to bring together the actual buyer and seller. So they are different kind of broker, and just have it in mind that your broker is the one that makes the buying and the selling possible. So OHLC. So I mentioned in the time frame that this is what the duration each bar represents. So let's assume in a 1 hour time frame. So we have basically 4 prices in each bar. We have the open price, which is the price at which that particular candle started. Now we have the high price. This is the highest price at which that particular candle reached during the period at which the candle was formed. Now we have low price. This is the lowest price level at which the candle get to during the operation, during the trading operation or trading duration of that candle. Then we have the close price. This is the price at which the price closed at. So now, as you can see, we have 2 bar here. We have the red bar, then we have the green bar. So the red bar represents a decrease in the price during that period. Let's assume this represents 1 hour time frame, and this let's say this represents 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. So that means between 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. there was a decrease in price. Then let's say this is 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. That means between 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. there was an increase in price. So that is when you see a green bar, it means, or let me say a bullish bar, it means there was an increase in price within that duration. And when you see a red bar, it means there was a decrease in price within that duration. So now this is the highest price level this bar that was attained while this bar was forming. So this is the lowest level attained during the formation of this bar. So now when the bar was opening, this was the price it opened at. So this is the open price, and when the candle was closing, this is the close price. So now you see that it is closing at a lower price. That is why it is bearish. So it is opening at a higher price and closing at a lower price. That is why there's a bearish. It's a bearish candle. So the bearish term is from the word bear, because a bear usually knock someone down. So and this term for green bar is called bullish. So because a bull always knocks someone up, it's, I don't know if you watch some bull games, so when a bull want to attack someone, it will attack from the bottom and try to hit the person up. So now this is for the bearish candle as well. The high price is the highest price that was attained during the formation of the candle, and the low price is the lowest price level that was attained during the formation of the candle. Then open price is the price at which the price was started formation. So this is when this particular bar started its formation, and this is the level at which the candle closed the formation. So when it attained this price, it starts forming another candle. That means the duration, that time frame for this bar is over. Then it moves to the next one. So now this is the highest. So this is the highest price that was attained during the formation of this candle, and this is the lowest price that was attained during the formation of this candle. So that is, and okay, you can see here we have OHLC. So as I move my mouse around, you realize the change. So for this candle, this is the value. So you see the price, the opening price is at 1 point. So the opening price, this which is at 1 point. So you can also confirm from this side, but basically let's focus here. So the opening price is at 1.4353. So I'm not able to point exactly at that point, but this is the opening price, this is the closing price, this is the lowest price, and this is the highest price. So now let's talk about peer. So in trading forex, we are buying one and we are selling the other. So basically, you in our example, which is about Jennifer, we talk about buying. She bought euro, then she's selling what she's using to buy euro, which is USD. So a pair is something like this. So in let's say in this case we have AUD CAD. So we have AUD and CAD. AUD stands for Australian dollar and CAD stands for Canadian dollar. So now let's say I decide to buy. So automatically I am buying AUD, but I am selling CAD because this AUD is on the left hand side. Whatever is on the left hand side is called the base currency, and whatever is on the right hand side is called the quotes currency. So all of these you will learn when you go through the baby pips course. Basically, this is not the forex trading course. I'm just trying to go through the the things you need to know about forex before you consider yourself as a programmer. But if you know all of this, you can go through the baby pips course or a trading course as a part-time while you still go through this course. But with what I'm saying, it should be enough for you to dive into forex programming using MQL5. So now, like I said, this is AUD is the base currency, while CAD is the quotes currency. So when you click on buy, that means you are buying AUD and you are selling CAD. So now let's assume I decide to click on sell instead. That means I am doing the opposite. I'm buying CAD and I am selling AUD. So that is how forex work. So now it is not all peers that have this kind of anatomy, this kind of structure. For example, let's say US 30. You see, you have US 30. That this doesn't mean you are selling US and you are buying. I mean, it doesn't mean you are trying to buy US and you are trying to sell 30. No, US 30 is one itself. So it is not a combination of two currency. So now when you click on buy, that means you are selling your um it means you are selling your account currency to buy this. And when you click on sell, that means you are selling US 30 and you are buying your USD, your account currency. So that is what it means in the case where the anatomy of the pair you are dealing with is just one. So let's say you are into oil, you are trying to trade oil. So in that case, you are buying or selling oil, and opposite on what you are doing as you are doing the buying or the selling, you are doing the opposite on your currency, your account currency. So but for easy understanding, let's just focus here. So I only mention this so that in the case where you think, I mean, whoever is thinking, okay, what if I have US 30? What if I have DE 40? You know, that's Germany index, German index. Sorry. So some people might be like, what if I'm dealing with DE 40? Yes, you are dealing with DE 40. That means you are buying DE 40, and at the same time you are selling your account currency. So that is what it means. So but for forex pairs like AUD card or Euro USD, so it is easy to explain. For example, here you have Euro GBP. So when you click on buy for AUD, I mean when you click on buy for this particular pair, so you have you are buying Euro USD, you are buying Euro, then you are selling GBP. But when you click on sell, that means you are selling Euro, then you are buying GBP. So basically, a pair is an instrument you are dealing with, or a symbol is also called a symbol, or a pair, or an instrument. So in the next lecture, I'll be teaching you type of orders and type of position. Basically, they are two different things. So in the next lecture, I'll be teaching you the difference, and I'll be teaching you the types of order and positions that we have in trading. See you in the next lecture. Hello, welcome. So in this tutorial, we'll be looking into the Forex basics. We'll go into Forex basics a little bit deep. So now, this is MT5 terminal, which you can use in executing your trades. So as if you have been trading before now, so you are probably familiar with this. So I'll briefly touch MT5 terminal and things you should know as a programmer in MT5 terminal. So basically we have different classification of instrument or symbol that you can trade. So we have some class called Forex, some class called crypto, some class called synthetics in case you are using derive, so some class called stocks. So depending on what you intend to trade. So my point is there are different class of um instruments you can trade here on MT5. Also on trading view, there are different kind of class, but I don't think it is usually grouped. So yeah, if you go for new charts, you realize that there is a little um classification. So you have forex. Under forex you have the minor pair, the major pair, the exotic. So it's actually more than this, but you know what, these are what I actually have in my market watch. So that is why. So under there you have metals like gold, silver, then you have energies, we have oil, stuff like that. You have index. Under index, you see you have UX30, DE 40, that's your German index. So you have stocks. So you have it like that. So you have crypto. So like I said, you have different class of this thing of instruments. So now, so each class or instrument have their own specifications. So that means they have their own condition, trading condition. So now, as a programmer, you need to know. For example, you need to know the minimum lot size you are allowed to trade for a particular instrument. If not, you might have some programming error or logical error. For example, let's say you are into US 30 and your broker allows minimum of one lot per trade. So now, if you intend to trade 0.01, you might not be allowed. In fact, you won't be allowed. So in that case, if you are doing a project for someone, the person will tell you that the EA is not working. Meanwhile, it is because you didn't check the minimum lot size. Later in the lecture, we look into how to check the minimum lot size, stuff like that, especially in the lecture where we are calculating the lot size based on percentage. So now, how do you know the specification for a particular instrument? So the best thing is come to your MT5 terminal, then you go for view. Under your view, you go for market watch. So now the market watch will pop up, right? Then whatever instrument you see, you have more lot of instruments. In case you don't have enough instrument. You can either type the instrument, or you go for view, you go for symbol, then under the classification, let's say I wish to have one stock index in here. Let's say I have this, I want this. Okay, it's not available, so let's go for something else. Let's say I have under community, I have this, and I wish to have it on my market watch. So you click on show. So you see it's updated my market watch and included this particular instrument. So that is how to include any instrument you wish to include to your market watch. So now different brokers have different instruments or class of instrument they allow on their platform. So it depends on your broker. So you might not be able to find this or this or this. So it depends on your broker. So these are the things you should also watch out for when choosing your broker. So be sure what you intend to trade is provided or allowed by your broker. So now let's quickly go into how to check the specification for the instrument. So for example, let's go for odd JPY, that is Australian dollar slash Japanese yen. So to check the specification, you right click on the pair or instrument. I use pair or instrument or symbol, they are the same. So you go for specification. So it pop out the specification for odd JPY. So now looking at the list, let's quickly brush through it. So now we have sector. So what class is it? Yes, it is currency. So that is for odd JPY. So now digits, it means what digits, how many digits is after the decimal. So that is why we have 3. So let's quickly put this on the chart. So I just right click, then I selected chart window. So you realize that after the decimal we have 3 digits. Please don't get confused. Yes, you have 3 digits before the decimal as well. So let's quickly look at this to confirm what I'm saying. Here you see you have 5 digits. So let's check the specification for this. You see under digits we have 5. So that is that. So programmatically, when we go into the MQL5 in depth, we would see how to get the digits for each instrument. So now let's go back to our JPY specification. There, so you can see it has 3 digits, right? Then the contract size, that means how many units belongs to one lot. So in case where you decide to trade one lot of odd JPY, how many units will you be trading? So it means you'll be trading 100,000 units of odd for per one lot. So that's what this means. So this helps in calculating the lot size when you are, when you intend not to use a fixed lot size for your trade. Those that usually use maybe my FX book calculator to determine the appropriate lot size that they intend to risk based on the amount or percentage of their account of their account they intend to risk, stuff like that. So the contract size is very good in is very useful in doing such calculations. So I will look into how to use the lot contract size later in the lecture. So now the spread, is it fixed? No, it is floating. So that's why you have floating. The stop level is the minimum distance that your broker wants between the market price and your pending order. So you must make sure that distance between your pending order and the market price is at least a particular size. Now, not just for pending order. So the stop level also work for take profit and stop loss. So the stop level is also the minimum distance between your stop loss and your entry price, or between your entry price and your take profit. So now, according to what I've observed so far, the stop loss is the stop level is usually 0 in the specification, but trust me, there's a value for it. So sometimes you realize that when you send a trade programmatically it rejects the trade because your stop loss is too tight or your take profit is too tight, because due to the spread it will get filled immediately and at the same time get triggered. Your stop loss or your take profit will get triggered immediately. So the stop level is used in maintaining or is used in checking and making sure that the minimum distance between, the distance between your entry price and your stop loss is at least above or equal to the stop level, so that you won't get filled immediately and get knocked out of the market immediately. So that can lead to consistent loss in the market. So now, margin currency. So in what currency is your margin? So that is for this profit currency. So now this is more like saying what is the quote currency, what is the base currency. So here the margin currency is the base currency and this is the quote currency. So that is more like what it means. So the calculation, is it based on forex stock? Different class of instruments have different calculation. So that is what is doesn't really matter here. So that what sometimes it matters, especially when you are dealing with synthetics. So now, so here you have the initial margin. Then we go for chart mode. So what price is moving on your chart? For example, you when you notice this price movement, you see that it is just one price. Meanwhile, um I told you that there are usually two prices, the ask price and the bid price. So now, what price is this? Is it the bid price or the ask price? So now if I'm to put this on the chart, whatever price that is showing is my bid price. So that is why it's telling me that my chart mode is by bid price. So now trade, am I allowed to trade this particular instrument? Yes. So it is telling me full access. So um there are some symbols that are available on your broker but are not allowed to be traded. So it is in here that you see if you have access to trade it or not. So now execution. Can you have a market execution? That means an instant execution. Can you open a position instantly? Yes, you can. Here, the this is for pending order. So can you also allow, does your broker allow pending order on this market, on this instrument? Yes. And is it allowed to stay until you cancel the pending order? Yes, because sometimes you place a pending order and it never gets filled. Maybe you decide to buy when the price is lower and the market never gets low to that level. So is it allowed? Yes. So the filling mode, do you want to get filled immediately or until it cancels it? Yes. Depending on your filling mode, yes. This is when you send out order. This is very important. When you send out order, you specify your filling mode. So now, for expiration, this is also for the pending order. So now, another thing you should know, like the first explanation, you should know the minimum volume or lot size that is allowed on that particular instrument you are dealing with. So, for example, here on AUD JPY, the minimum lot volume is 0.01 lot size. So you should know that, and the maximum you can trade, if you have, even if you have 4 million USD in your account balance, the maximum volume you can trade per position is 100 lot size. So it is in here that you notice that. Then the volume step. So basically when you have the on click trading here, so the volume step, that means how you can move through your um your lot size. That is what it means by the volume step. So that means the minimum move or change in your lot size that is allowed. You get, that is what it means by the volume step. Also, it is important when you are trying to round up when you are trying to round up your lot size in your calculation. So the volume step is very, very important. Swipe type is calculated in points. So like I said, the swap is the charge on position that are left open. So now for the long swap, the buy position swap, this is the charge, and the short, that means the sell position, this is the charge. Then the rate, the swap rate changes based on the day of the week. So on Monday, this is what you are charged by your broker. On Wednesday, this is what you are charged, and so on. So now the commission, this is the commission per lot. Also, the sections of the particular instrument, these are the section, but these are the only time that you are allowed to trade this particular instrument. So yes, the market might be open, but there are some period you are not allowed to trade the instrument. So this is the time or duration you are allowed to because there are sometimes you send out trade and you'll be getting an error saying market closed. Even if there is a tick, there's a change in price, you might not be allowed to trade in that section. So this is where you notice where you are allowed, when you are allowed to trade and when you are not allowed to trade. So now this is the margin rate. Not so important. So the important ones which I've stated, which is the sections, you should note the sections. Maybe you are scalping, you might have to notice the swap rates and the commission. Then also very important, you should know the minimum volume and the maximum volume allowed. Then another thing is you should know the okay you should know another thing you should know the margin currency, you should know the profit currency in the case where you want to calculate lot size per percentage of your account. Then you should also know the contract size. You should know the digits as well. So these are the things you should know when trading a particular instrument, especially as a programmer. So these are please get familiar with checking specification. So you don't have to memorize specification for a particular pair. So each pair there are sometimes in most cases you can check programmatically for the pairs. So you don't have to hard code everything. So just check programmatically. We look into how to do that. Then if you are trading manually, you should also be aware. For example, let's say I want to trade US30. So for me, my broker do not allow, the minimum I can trade on US30, let's see. You see, the minimum I can trade is 0.1 and the maximum is 250. So in the case where I decide, let's say I programmatically want to send out order of 0.01, I won't be allowed. So let me try to type 0.01. See, I won't be allowed. It's not trading. Let's see if I get an error here. I'm not even getting an error, but it's not trading. You see, it is not trading. So now this step will review. When I try to move this, you see, I forcefully type this. So when I try to move this up or down, you realize that the step will be based on 0.1. Because let's quickly check the step. Okay, so from the step, you see the step is 0.1. So let me try to switch up. So you see it's take it back to 0.1. When I switch up, see, compared to this that can go 0.01 step up or down. So that is the essence of having specification. So in the case where you are trying to write an EA or a project for executing order on US30 and you are trying to send out order that is not allowed by your broker. So there are some broker that allow 0.01. So like I said, it depends on your broker. So you must be aware of the specification for a particular broker. So not all broker allows 0.01 and not all broker allows 0.1. Some, the minimum is the minimum is 1. So you must be aware by coming here to check the specification. So that is that on specification for each instrument. So I'll see you in the next lecture. Hello, welcome back. In this lecture, I'll be introducing you to MetaQuote Language 5. We all know that to execute trade using MT5, we need MT5 terminal, right? Which is this. So yeah, we can execute trade. For example, we can trigger the one-click trading and trigger a trade, a buy or sell. Then, so to write a script for MT5, you need a meta editor. Now, you don't need to worry about meta editor because each time you download MT5 terminal from any broker, it comes with a meta editor. For example, here I have from IC Markets. You see, this is the meta MT5 terminal, and this is the meta editor for this terminal. And for this is MT5 terminal for Xnex, and this is the meta editor for this terminal. And this is MT4, and this is meta editor, but we are dealing with MT5 here. In the next course, I'll be taking MT4 in case you are interested. So for the MT5 terminal, for this is another version for IC Market, and this is it. Yeah, this is for Derive. So now each meta editor is the same thing, just that each time you compile your project, it saves into the data folder of that particular terminal that owns the meta editor. So that is the logic. So now if you wish to develop a script, an EA, when I say a script, I mean an EA indicator or a script itself or an include file. If you wish to create a script for Xnex, it's best if you use meta editor for Xnex. Yes, you can always move your script to any other terminal, but so that you won't find yourself looking for the file all around. Let's assume you have multiple terminals just like me. You won't be looking for the file all around. So you should know the basically I focus more on one terminal so that I won't always look for script. So basically this is what I use. I use this particular one. So let me introduce you to the meta editor. Here you go. So this is the meta editor. I'm sorry it is busy. So assuming it is you, it is most likely going to be empty. So you have an empty script, an empty page. So now, and it is most likely going to have this navigator is going to be there, but I like to have it closed. So that is why I don't have it. So you probably have that, and it's probably going to be empty. So now, let's start a new project. Now, to start a new project, you can, if you are on Windows, you can click on Control N or come to File, then click New. Now, what option will you choose? So this is it. In MetaQuote Language 5, there are different things you can create. First off, Expert Advisor, aka EA. So now, an EA is a script that can be used to execute an order. For example, you can send out an order with your script using an EA. So also you can send out signals, maybe to Telegram, to email, to your mobile phone. But basically the major thing is you can do almost anything, including sending out an order. So now the next one is costume indicator. So this is where you create your own technical indicator. For example, an example of an indicator is moving average, RSI, which is relative strength index, stochastic, Bollinger Band, etc. Name it all. There are a lot of there are a lot of indicator out there. So let's assume you got a revolution to combine moving average, two moving average, one RSI, one ATR, to give a signal. the idea doesn't exist yet, or you've tried to look for an indicator that uses such idea, but it doesn't exist, and you wish to create your own indicator. So you can come here to create an indicator. So now your indicator can give visual, also can send signal, and can be converted into an EA, an expert advisor, but it cannot send out an order to the broker server. So in case you want to trigger a trade, each time there's the combination of your moving average or RSI or whatever logic you are using. When the combination of your logic gives a signal, let's say a buy signal, you cannot execute a trade from your indicator. It is no-go area on MetaQuote language 5. Also, you cannot perform a web request. We look at web request when we are trying to send out Telegram signals. So let's assume you are trying to build an indicator and you intend to send out a Telegram signal. Each time a particular condition is met, you can't do that in your indicator because indicators don't allow web requests in them. So now that is the problem with indicator. Now let's compare indicator and an expert advisor. Now the advantage of an indicator is that you can apply multiple indicators on one chart. So let's assume you have 4 indicators. You can apply it on one chart, but you can only apply one expert advisor on a chart at a time. So that is the problem. So in the case where you just want to do some logic and have a visual or a signal that you intend to add something else on that chart, maybe an expert advisor on that chart, it's best you use an indicator. But if you wish to send an order, it's best you either put your logic in an indicator, then use the indicator in your expert advisor, because you won't be able to send an order from your indicator, but your indicator can accommodate any other thing, can accommodate other indicator on it. For example, I can add multiple indicator in here. Let's say I have this. I can also include, let's say this. Let's say this. You see, now I have multiple indicator. I can also include this. Meanwhile, I already have an expert advisor. Now I can also include this. You see, now I have something else. I can also include half trend. Let's say this. Now, the problem is that, like I mentioned, two problems. I cannot, if I'm to create an indicator, let's say an indicator like this, I cannot send out an order if there is, let's say my logic is to buy. If this kind of situation happen, a crossover, I cannot execute a buy from my indicator script. I will need to convert the indicator or programmatically use the indicator as an expert advisor. So now, if that is possible with an expert advisor, why not just always create an expert advisor? No. The problem is, now I have an expert advisor here on the chart, which is the one in charge of this script I created. So now, let's say I want to utilize another I want to use another expert advisor. The moment I drag and drop, you see, it's telling me that do you want to attach this particular indicator instead of Martingale and Edge Manager, which is the previous. So if I say yes, it's going to remove this Martingale and Edge Manager EA and replace it with the 44 running 2.6 EA. If I say yes, you will notice it will remove this and put 44 running. Boom. So if the moment I do my editing and I click yes, you see now it has removed even the dashboard that belongs to the previous EA. So that is the problem. Expert advisor only one expert advisor are allowed on one chart at a time, but an indicator you can add multiple indicator on the chart. So that is the difference. So now it depends on your project and your target. That will determine what you do. Either you create an indicator or an expert advisor. For a script only execute a trade once and run out. So when you add a script to a chart, it executes the script once and stop running. It gets detached immediately, but it can send out an order. So you can send an order to your broker server. Also, you can run a web request on it, but so typically it can do what an expert advisor can do, but it can only do it once you attach it to the chart. But an expert advisor keeps running, so it keeps running every time there's a new tick, or each time maybe a particular duration, let's say per seconds. So you look at how to make your EA execute or look out for new price or runs every seconds. So that's the basic difference between the scripts and the expert advisor. So an expert advisor keeps running until you remove it manually, or let's say there's an error if you refuse to code it properly, and there's an error, it will get detached immediately you apply it, or when it jumps into an error. But a script only run once. Even if it doesn't see an error, it run once and it gets detached. So basically we start with a script. So we do a lot of things with a script, then we jump into an indicator, then we jump into making an expert advisor. But for now, we look into a script. So now, under we skip this, and we come to include. So now the reason why we are scripting service is because we don't need it for now, and for library we are not interested in writing a library script. So we will only use, I'll teach you, I will use some scripts, some library, but we won't be creating any. So now for include, now we'll look into what is called functions, and that is a general thing for almost all programming language. So now there are some functions you wish to reuse. For example, I have multiple projects open. There is at least, or maybe two, let's say at least one function that is common in most of my projects. So let's assume I have some functions, let's say a time filter or a spread filter, or maybe a function that checks if there is an open trade. So if there is a common function you realize that you frequently need, instead of writing the function, instead of writing the logic again and again, so you can easily write the logic into a function. We look into a function later in the lectures. So you can easily write in the logic into a function, then you put it in your include file. So each time you need that function, you just call the include file, to instead of writing the logic, calling the include file, and you won't have to write it again. So now that is the essence of having an include file. We look into that briefly. Then that will be all. Is it a must you use meta editor? No and yes. No, because you can always edit your code anywhere, even on Notepad. You can edit, even the traditional Notepad that comes with your Windows, or if you have Notepad++, you can use any editor. But when you are compiling, there might be a conflict, because once I compile here, it is going to save it on the data folder of the meta quote terminal that owns this editor. So now I might be confused, where if I'm using another editor, maybe like Visual Studio Code, I might be confused. Where's my file? If I have multiple MT5 terminal on my system, so I might be like, where's my file? But if I precisely open this, I know where it is going each time I click on compile. So now it is best if you use the meta editor for the terminal you are interested in testing your script. Now I realize that I've been saying script, and that is because script is a general language for an instruction to automate something or to execute something programmatically. So, but you know, here in MQL5 we have something called scripts. So I'm sorry if you are a little bit confused that I've been mentioning script. I've been using script to to describe EA indicator, also script itself. It is MQL5 that is also using the term script for a particular thing. But generally, script means an instruction, an instruction to do something. So that's the general meaning of script. So I'll see you in the next lecture where we'll talk about the type of bug that you can possibly face in 5. Welcome back. So basically, we have two things: orders and positions. So these two terms are usually used interchangeably, but in MT5 there are two different things, or MQL5 there are two different things. Even in MT4 and MQL4 there are two different things. But in MQL4, when you are using MQL4 to write your script, it is usually considered as the same thing. So, but they are usually two different things. So now, what is an order? What is a position? So I'll talk about position first. So a position is your field order. Yes, I'm using the word order. Yes, your position is your field order. That means it is already running. While your order is not filled yet. For example, let's say the price is at, you are on Euro USD and the price is at 1.4000. Now you plan to buy when the price is now 1.4010. So now you place a pending order. So now, since it is a pending order, not a field order or a market order, automatically it is an order, not a position. You are not yet in that position. So the position is filled, is a market execution. So you enter the position instantly. While an order, you have a proposed price. So you have you have a price in mind which you plan to buy or sell. So that makes you specify your price, and you place your order relative to the market price. So now you remember when we buy, it gets filled immediately. It gets filled immediately. So let me close this so that I will do that again. So now when I click on buy, it enters immediately. So this is a buy position. Also, let me close this. When I click on sell, it enters immediately. So this is a sell position. So now don't get me wrong, I can always buy multiple times, I can always sell multiple times. So if I'm closing one for the other, I'm just trying to make it so clear. It's not as if you can't open multiple order, you can. So this, you are executing an instant order, so automatically it is a position. But the moment you decide, let's say you intend to buy at this level, so I can easily right click, then I'll be like trade. So I want a buy stop. So now you see, this is an order, not a position, because it is not yet filled. You see, it is telling me placed, but it is not, it is still a pending order. It is still pending. So it is when the market comes here, that is when it becomes a position. But at the moment, it is an order. So as well, I can also come here and place a pending order here. So you see, now I have another pending order, which is a position. So which is an order, not a position. So when the market comes down and get filled, this sell stop will become sell. Then it is now a position. It is no longer an order.
So now the difference between a position and an order is that a position is an instant market execution, while an order is a pending transaction. So you are like, okay, when the price comes to this level, that is when you want to get filled. That is when you want to enter a trade. So now we have different kind of orders. So depending on the market price. So let's say, let me close this. So let's say, okay, obviously the price is here, right? So let's say I want to buy I want to buy here at this level. Let's say I want to buy at this level. Meanwhile, the market price is here. So if I'm to execute an instant order, an instant position, it should be here, right? So now, and I intend to buy here. I can't wait and continue to watch the market. So instead, I can place an order here that, okay, when the market comes to this level, I want my position filled. So now, what kind of order do I intend to get filled? Buy order, right? So since the market price is below my price, so that means I need to get filled at a buy stop. I need to enter a buy stop order. So now, let's assume I intend to sell. You see, when let's assume I intend to sell at a lower price. So that is a sell stop order. Now, let's assume I intend to buy when the market comes down. Let's say I'm like, okay, this is too expensive. I want the market to come down, then bounce off my price. So that would be a buy limit. So when the market comes down and bounce off my price and I want to buy, that is a buy limit. So let's assume I'm like, okay, I know this market is still going to come down, but I want it to I want it to bounce off. I know it's going to bounce off at this level. So I want to sell at this level. So that will be a sales limit order. So when your market is going to bounce off, when your market price is meant to bounce off the the your proposed price, that would be a limit order. So the type of limit order we have is a buy limit or sell limit. So now the type of sell and buy stop order we have is buy stop and sell stop. The market price is meant to pierce through your price. That's a stop order. So you will notice when I try to right click to place a pending order, it is giving me two options. So now before I right click, I'll tell you the things it's going to tell me of my options. So when I right click here, it is going to tell me that I can only place a buy stop order at the top of the market price or a sell limit order, because it is meant if I place a buy stop order, that means the market is meant to pierce through my um my price. And if I'm to place a sell limit, that means the market is meant to bounce off my my price. So now let's do that. So you see I have option for sell limit and buy stop only. So now let's assume programmatically you are trying to do the impossible. You're trying to put a buy limit here. Trust me, you will have an error called invalid price. So we look at that later in the lecture. So these are the only options available at the top of the market price. So now let's go to the bottom. So if we are trying to place a limit order here, we have two options as well. We have the option of buy limit and sell stop, because the market is for the sell stop. The market is meant to pass through the price and enter my sell position. Then for the buy order, the market is meant to bounce off. So that is buy limit. So here you see I have buy limit option and sell stop option. So those are the options that are available at the bottom of the price. Those are the only order I can enter at the bottom of the price. Here you go. So buy stop order placed above above the price and keep price keep going. So for the buy limit, so you have other placed below price and price then. So this is more like bounce. The limit is when your the market price is meant to bounce off your level, your price level, while the stop order is when the the market price is meant to pierce through your price level. So that is the difference between the limit order and the stop order. So now these four options, the buy stop, buy limit, sell stop, sell limit, are all called orders. So you should take note of the difference, because when we are into MQL5, we look at the difference between these four things. They are orders. Let's assume you are trying to enter the market instantly at the market price. Then you are trying to trigger a position, not an order. So that is the difference between order and position. In the next lecture, I will introduce you to writing our first script in MQL5. So welcome back. As promised, we'll be looking at writing our first script. So I'll click on Ctrl N as mentioned earlier, and I'll select script. Then next, so I'll give my script a name. So let's say my script. Sorry, I don't have any charming name, so I can easily clear this. So these are not so important, so I can easily clear this. I'll clear this as well. Then I'll clear this. I like it neat. And I can also clear this. So now you see, these are the things I need. So I have this. This is a function. So it is an inbuilt function. So now the essence of having this function, number one, void. It means it is returning nothing. So I'll take you on function in later videos. So let's just blindly utilize this. I will explain what this particular thing is doing. So now this void means it is returning nothing. So when you cannot return a particular thing, so that you cannot write something like return 5, you will have an error. So now on start, it means once you run this script, what do you want to execute? So whatever you want to execute, you write it in here into this bracket, this curly bracket. So now that is the structure of a script. So now let's write our first script. Our first script will be printing something out. So there is another inbuilt function called print, where you can use what you can use in printing something out on your expert tab. I'll show you how where that is. So you can simply write sprints. You can see each time I write, you have the meta editor gives you hints. So now this is another advantage of using the meta editor provided by MT5 terminal, and that is because it will give you hints even if you are not familiar with the function. Maybe you forget. Let's say you are not super focused that day. This will give you an hint on what the script should look like, or what the line should look like, or what the function you are trying to use should look like, compared to other terminal. Yes, some compared to other editor. Yes, some editor are intelligent as well, but this knows more about metal code language 5 or 4. Can easily print out. So now you can see it starts with a capital P, then you write print. Now what does it take? It can take multiple value, but you connect them with comma. So now that is why you have dot dot dots. That means it can take multiple value. So now let's say I want to print out something. Hello, this is my first script. Now when you write, after writing your statement, so this is considered as a statement. So after writing your statement, you should end it with a semicolon. So if you are familiar with programming languages, most programming languages um, make it mandatory to end your statement with a semicolon, so as MQL5. So you must end your statement with semicolon. Then what next? You come here to file, then you click on save or Control S, then you click on compile. Now after compiling, you see nothing is happening, but something is happening. So now you must always check your tools box. So in case you don't have the tools box, so you can simply come to file, view, then select tools box, or click on press Ctrl T on your keyboard. So now we have zero errors, zero warnings. You come to our terminal, then ensure that you have this toolbox as well on your terminal. If you don't have, come to view and also select toolbox. Also, let's clear our terminal for now. Let's clear our terminal. So now I clear my journal tab and I clear my expert tab. Now for the script, in case you don't have the navigator, so you can come to view as well and select navigator. You have this appear either here, it can also appear here, and sometimes it might be, it might be or it might be somewhere, anywhere. Then you have to place it. For example, let's say I don't have it here, and I'm trying to introduce it. So you can see it's going back there. Let's say it's just here, like it's not pinned to somewhere. So I can always pin it here, something like this. Let's say you have something like this. So you just drag. So if you want it to be placed here, you put it here. If you want it to be placed at the top, you put it here. If you want it to be placed at the right hand side, you put it here. If you want it to be placed at the bottom, you put it here. But I prefer it to be at the left hand side. So now under your script, so you see I have other scripts, and the name of our script is my script. So now you can either double click or you click and drag into the chart, and yeah, you have, hello, this is my first script. So that is our first script. There's something called comment. So comment also takes in, you see it has dot dot dots. Comment also takes in multiple value. So let's say we have something like um addition of 3 and 4 is, so now you can say comma, so that is where it is taking multiple value. So addition of 3 and 4 is 7. So as always, we should end our statement with semicolon, then we save. In other part of the lecture, I might not come here for saving. I will just press Ctrl S on my file and compile. So let's clear this, and you will notice my log will be here, which is the comments. So when you write something on the comments, it is usually displayed here at the top right hand side of your chart. So now I will double click on my script, and you see addition of 3 and 4 is 7, and it will stay there until I decide to remove it. So how do you remove what you have on um, on your comment? You can either write something else or you put comment to be empty. So let me show you that. So to remove what is on the screen, so all you need to do is make it empty or write something else. So Control S, compile. So I have 0 error. So I will have to, like I said, I will have to, each time you execute a script, it only runs once. So now, for me to execute the recent change, I will need to add this to the chart once again. Then you will see this will disappear. Also, you notice that after the first write-up, I also have to reattach it to the chart. That is because, as mentioned in the last lecture, a script only runs once. And if you notice the function we are putting our logic, which is on start, so it is only executing once the script is started. Once. So now it is gone. So that is the point of having the script. Now you might be asking, why do I need um a script? So now sometimes you find yourself in a situation where you want to know what is going on a particular level, maybe on a particular logic or a function. What output is it giving you? You want to know it once. You don't want to wait on tick, or you don't want to wait for a tick or a particular situation. You just want to run it once and see what is happening. You want to use it to debug. So now you can use script. Sometimes you find yourself in a situation as things become complicated. You find yourself in a situation where you want to know what is going to happen instantly. And sometimes you might want to search, you might want to look for what index is attached or belongs to a particular buffer on your indicator. I'm sorry I'm speaking jargon right now, but we get into that. We use script, we come back to using script. So yeah, alert. Let's say this is my third script. So as always, we save and we compile. Zero error. Now this will pop up a message box. Not exactly a message box, but like a pop-up, a new window to give us the message. So yeah, this is it. This is my third script. So this is it. See the time attached to it. This is the current time. So and you can see it is from my script. So this is the message. So now I'm very sure you are familiar with this. Let's say you have a licensed EA or indicator that tells you, oh, you are not licensed to use this particular EA, and it takes you out. So you probably seen this before. So you can close this after. So that is an alert. Now, I hope you are having fun with all of this. So let's get into more. So now another function you can use is send notification. But the problem is we can't really see the output here. So this send notification is used to send a message or a notification to your mobile. Let's say you connect your terminal, your MT5 terminal itself, to the MT5 on your mobile phone, and you want to send in a message once something, let's say you have an equity protector. So once the equity protector close your trade for a particular reason, you want to send a message to your mobile phone because you are not always on your desk. So you want to send a message that, oh, trades closed because of this. So you can simply use this function. So but you have to attach your um mobile ID, stuff like that. You have to attach it to your MT5 to make this work. So now the next one is send mail. So now this is using sending a mail instead. So instead of sending a mobile notification to your MT5 on your mobile, it will send you a mail directly. So as well, you have to attach the email address you want to send the mail to on your terminal. So we look into how to do that later in the video. So now let's assume I'm tired of this, or I'm no longer interested in this. So there's something in programming called commenting. So um, every programming language have a way of commenting their their code. So the essence of having a comment is when you want to document some lines. Let's say you have a complex logic you wish to document in case you forget for in the future, or you wish to pass it down to your, maybe to your hair, or you wish to pass it down to the next programmer, or maybe you are working as a freelancer and the client is telling you that please help me document my code so that I'll be able to employ another programmer and that will work on my project without any problem. So now you want to write a human friendly instruction or statement. So now you can use commenting. Also, let's assume you no longer need a particular line of code or a particular block of code. You can use commenting to make the compiler to ignore the you can use this to you can use this to tell the compiler to ignore this particular line or this particular block of code. So how do you comment in MQL5? You simply use 2 / like this, and it will put it into a gray. So you don't have to put the space, but I love putting space. So you can put in as much as possible. So far it is more than 1. So for example, I can remove it. So far it is more than 1, it will work. So the moment it is not up to 2, it will stop working. So now you have it there. So let's assume I have an alert. Then I save. Then I compile. So let's put something else. So because I'm very sure we have this before. So let's put something else. Control S, then compile. So you see, it is. So let me clear this. So let me rerun this. You see, you notice it is running, but so it is running, but it is not logging out anything, and it is not sending out anything. So okay, let's see. You see it's telling me it is running. So let's run it again. So you see it was loaded and it was removed. The reason why it was removed is because it only run once. So once it is loaded, it gets removed. So that is how a script works. A quick dive into the past. So basically, computer only listens to machine code 0 and 1. So now it becomes tedious for programmers to write 0 and 1 to give instruction to the system. So we have to bring up something called a low-level language. So it is better than writing 0 and 1, but it's also a little tedious and hard to debug. Now we have something called high-level language, which is something similar to English speaking. So you will notice the first function we wrote was print, which is intuitive for an English speaking person, so or a human generally. So the moment you learn English, you know what print is. So you have something like comment, so it is easy to understand that okay, comment means something. Maybe you want to comment on something, on the chat. So alert, it means it's intuitive. Send notification is intuitive. Send mail, it's intuitive. On start, it is intuitive. So now copyright, it is intuitive. That is why it is high level language. So other high level language are like Python, JavaScript, etc. So now high level language also use a way to convert the language or the instruction into a machine code, something the computer can actually understand. Because all of these alert, comment, print, the computer does not really understand. It doesn't really understand. Only MQL5 understands. So MQL5 needs something to convert my instruction back to the computer language. What the computer understands, which is 0 and 1. So now there are two ways of doing it. Number one, people use interpreter, or let me say computer scientists use interpreter or compiler. So now an interpreter executes the a code or a script line by line. So let's assume I have 4,000 lines of code, and my first execution, maybe I'm trying to log in into something, and the login part only deals with, let's say, the first 20 line, and the first 20 line is bug free. Trust me, once I run my script, I won't have a bug. But let's say the 40th, let's say the 23rd line, the 23rd line of code have an error, and my next operation on that script is going to need that particular part that have the error. Then my interpreter will tell me that this particular part has an error. You see, the first time I run the script, because the script the what I'm trying to perform doesn't need that line that contain the error. I was not signified. So that is the case of that is an interpreter. An interpreter only shows you run your script line by line. So it's cross check your script line by line. So if when you have a problem, you are not in need of that line, you won't notice the problem. So that is an interpreter. An example of an interpreter, a programming language that uses an interpreter is Python. So now you run your script. The interpreter converts your high level language to your machine learning line by line. So now compiler, intuitively, since I've explained what an interpreter is, a compiler executes your instructions at a time. Yes, of course, line by line, but it goes through your instruction line by line. Let's say I have 14,000 lines of code. Okay, let's be realistic. Let's say I have 2,000 lines of code, and my error is at line 1990. The compiler will sense the error even when I'm not there yet, or maybe it doesn't even know if I'm in need of that line. It will sense the error and it will pop it out and tell me that you must solve this problem before I go ahead, converting into the machine learning language. So now that is the difference between a compiler and an interpreter. So now in MetaCode language 5, we use compiler. So that is why we have compile. So each time you save your script, you must compile. That means you must compile, you must convert your high level language, which is MQL5. You must convert it to 0 and 1. So now each time you compile, you get something called a file called .ex5 will get generated. So for example, so each time I save, this is the file I'm working with, which is .mq5. Each time I save this file, will get regenerated, and if I delete it, when I recompile, it will regenerate this. So you will notice I have this script as well. It has this. So that is so each time I compile, it will regenerate the ex5 form, which is the executable form for MT5 terminal. That's one. Also, it contains the machine learning, the machine, it contains the machine instruction, what the machine understands. So this is um, what the compiler generates each time you click on compile. So in the case where let's say you make a change and you click on save and you're expecting the change to be automatically updated, no, you will have to regenerate the ex5 file by clicking compile. So in case you are afraid there might be a bug and you're like, I'll just save, I'll not click on compile. Yes, it's fine, but you won't get the new change on your screen. So moving on, let's quickly talk about bugs, because I briefly mentioned some bugs, error or glitch that we have. So generally we have three type of bug. The first one, we have logical error. Then we have another one called syntax error. Then we have another one called runtime error. So now, the first type of error, logic error. So this is when you have a logic problem in your script. So after having, let's say, 100 lines of code, or even if it is 2 lines of code, and there's a logic error. Let's say you intend to print out something and it is printing out something else, or you intend to send the message to your mail and it is sending to your Telegram group. So that's a logic error. Such error will not show in your toolbox in the two errors section. The problem is you won't see the result that you wish to see. So, and a quick example is, let's say I wish to say good morning and I'm like good evening. So now I wish to send out good morning, but I'm sending good evening. Maybe because I'm feeling sleepy, or maybe because it's overwhelming, the project is overwhelming, and I'm losing my focus. So, or I did not write a good logic. Maybe I'm trying to check if a number is a prime number or if a number is a Fibonacci, and it's doing something else. Yes, I might not have an error yet, but each time I save the project, let's do that. But there is a logic error. So that is a logical error. So the second type of error is syntax error. So now, I said in previous lecture that it is important for you to end your statement with um, a semicolon. So let's assume I miss out the semicolon here, and I save, and I try to compile. Yeah, it is telling me that semicolon is expected at line 7. So now I can easily click on, I can easily go back to line 7, and I don't think semicolon should be here. But the tools box will give you an idea of where you can search for the error. So now, when you have an error, a syntax error, and the tools box is telling you that the error is here, and you are there and you are not seeing the error, the best thing for you to do is look to the top or look to the bottom. Basically, look to the top, but you can also look to the bottom and look carefully. So now we miss semicolon. So let's assume we refuse to put in these quotes. So now we look into why we should have double quotes later in the tutorial. So let's assume I put in this, I remove this quote. So now, and I click on Control S and save. Compile. Now I have another error. It's telling me closing quote expected on line 6. You see, here it is telling me where my error is exactly. So like I said, the toolbar doesn't always tell you exact place where you have your error. It only give you an hint, and sometimes it might be precise. Also, it is telling you that on column 25. So notice this place. Each time I move my cursor, you will notice, or my pointer, you will notice it's telling me the line that I am currently on, and the column that I am currently on. So let's start from here. It's telling me I'm on line 6, yes, and I'm on column 1. So let me move with my keyboard. See, it is moving to column 2, so I can easily look for 25, column 25, which is this. So you can see it is also a little bit incorrect. The toolbox is also incorrect, telling me that my problem is at column 25. So now, all I need to do is, like I said, the toolbox will not give you the exact problem. It only hints you. So now, I need to put in a quote. Then I can click on press Control S and compile. Then I have no more error. I have 0 error. So now, those are the errors. So syntax error. So let's assume I mistakenly omit this bracket as well, this closing bracket for the function. So Control S, and you can see it is telling me unbalanced parentheses on line 5. So where is line 5? This is line 5. Meanwhile, my problem is here. So it is telling me that I have a problem with this function. So but at least it is telling me that my problem is parentheses, which is a curly braces. So now I can put it back and press compile. So that is syntax error. So we look into we as we go further, we jump into some syntax error which we are going to try to fix together. So most times I will intentionally omit things so that you will, in case it's your first time with programming languages, or it's your first time with MQL5 generally, you will get used to how to debug your syntax error. But for your logic error, the best way of debugging your logic error is by logging using the print, comment, alert. So those are the ways to, or let me say, the conventional ways of debugging your logic error. So each level you debug, okay, what is the result at this level before the next level. So you know if the problem, the logic error is from this level or above or below. So now we'll look into how to debug your logical error also in in later tutorial. So a runtime error is more like a logical error. So now your syntax error will show in your toolbox, but your runtime error won't show in your toolbox until it is running through that particular line that have the error. Then it is stuck with the error. So there are basically two things that causes runtime error here in MQL5. So now for runtime error, it happens when you are trying to divide the value by 0. So for example, if I'm saying 8 divided by 0, so it will give me the error, right? So now that is when is because I'm very precise that okay, I'm trying to divide by 0. So in the case where maybe you are trying to get the stop loss value from your user and you're trying to divide your stop loss by something, maybe you're trying to calculate the lot size using your stop loss and the user is specifying 0. So now you are jumping into a runtime error. But because you did not explicitly state that your stop loss is 0, it is the user who is giving you 0. So let's say you are trying to sell your project, you are trying to sell your EA, and you expect the user to input the stop loss, and the user is putting 0. And meanwhile, in your script, in your one of your lines, you have something divided by the stop loss. So now it will the project, the EA will jump into this runtime error. So also another instance where you have a runtime error is when you are using array. So now, let's say you have an array. So we look into what an array is in later lecture. So let's assume you are trying to pick up a value, an element in an array where the index you are targeting is more than the size of the array. So currently the EA might not know that the size of the array is not enough for you to access using that line. So but during the while the EA is running, it will later notice that and it will jump into an error. So it will move into jumping and stopping the execution of your EA. So we will see that as well in the array section where we intentionally access an index of the array that is beyond the size of that array. So we see the error. So basically in the backtest you just see array out of index, stuff like that, error like that. So those are what causes runtime error. So you should be careful about um dividing something by another thing. So that thing, to be precise, which is the denominator. So you should always check. Let's say y. So let me say y equals 0. So you should always check if y is not 0. Is not 0. So there's a way to check that. I just don't want to overload you. So that is how to those are the type of error we have. Remember, we have logical error, which we can debug by logging out what the problem is line by line, or what the output we are expecting is line by line. So now the other thing we can do is, the other type of error we have is syntax error, which we can debug from the toolbox. It gives us idea where the error is, and we go there to look for the error, what we might be missing. So now the last one, which is the runtime error. So there we, after running multiple tests, we can detect this kind of error. Also we can also watch out for them. For example, checking if that value we intend to use as the denominator, we can check if it is not 0. Also we can also check if the index we are trying to access from a particular array, if it is not beyond the size of the array. Welcome. So in this lecture we'll be talking about data types. So generally we need to store some values. For example, we need to store things like the stop loss, the take profits, or sometimes time that the last position was executed. We need to keep something somewhere. We need to store. For example, as a human being, sometimes we have to keep our key I mean our car key or our house key, we need to store it in our pocket. You know, sometimes we need to keep our money in our wallets. So our wallets also have to be in our pockets, or we need to store it also in a place. So generally we need to store something. So now for the computer, we need to specify what we need to store. What kind of data do we intend to store? That is the genesis of data types. So in MQL5, there are different kind of data types. Basically, there are different class and different types of each one. So the first class is the basic data types. For the basic data type, we have different kind of data types like the integer, the logic, the floating point, etc. And under the um, next classification, we have complex data types, which involve structures and classes. So now let's go through the basic data types in MQL5. There are different kind of data types, and each data types have a minimum value they can keep and a maximum value they can keep. Int is an abbreviation for integer. So int is using representing a data type of an integer. So we write int, right? So now we need to add something else, which is the storage, the very where we store whatever value we want to store, whatever integer we want to store. So now that is called a variable. So in the next lecture we'll be talking about variables. So let me quickly tell you what variable is. So variable is the name or identifier you use in storing whatever you wish to store. So now let's assume I want to store the age of the account holder. So age, then this is it. So this is the data type, which is an integer, then age is the variable name. So now so in the next lecture we'll talk about variable. I'll tell you things associated to variable, but for now let's ignore. Let's just use variable without knowing in depth what it means. So now to store a value like age, we can use something called an assignment operator. So in the next few lectures as well, we look into operators. So for now, so to store a value, you put equal to, let's say age is 33. So now this is the data type, right, which is an integer, and this is the age. So now we can print age, then semicolon, then we save and compile. Yeah, we have no error. So we can double click, then we have 33. So as I said earlier, each data type has the maximum value they can accommodate and the minimum value. So for example, integer, the maximum it can accommodate is this, and the minimum it can accommodate is the negative of this. So if let's say we go beyond this, let's see what will happen. Then we save and compile. You see, it is giving us the minimum. So it is telling us that we are exceeding our limits for an integer. This can lead to a logical error. So in most cases, you sometimes need to check if a particular value that you are expecting is not violating the minimum or the maximum value the data type you are using can tolerate. So now, sometimes you need to check if the value you are expecting the data type to store is not exceeding the minimum or the maximum the data type can accommodate. So by doing that, you can easily check the minimum of a particular data type. So int max. So this will give us the maximum that this integer of data type can accommodate, and minimum will give us the minimum it can accommodate. So let's see. So to confirm, we are doing a new thing. Minimum is, so we save and we compile, run our script. So you see this, oh, I think I should have put maximum. So this is the value even without typing it. So it should have been maximum. So now let's quickly move on to the next one. So the next one, in the case where we intend to exceed this maximum for this, is long. So here we can exceed the value, and you will notice it won't print, it won't limit the printing to this. It will print exactly this value, since we have a bigger data type, like a data type that can accommodate a bigger value. So we compile. Here you go. So you see this value is bigger than this, and that is because a long data type can accommodate more than the integer. So now the long data type also have a limit. So let's see what the limit is. So the limit of a long can also be detected by typing long max. Then we save and compile. Here you go. See, this is the value. So the now the question is, why not just stick to using long? Yes, we can stick to using long. So at the same time, what you are telling the compiler is that you want this kind of space to be reserved for your variable, which can possibly exhaust your storage. So that is why it is not advisable to stick to using large data type every time. But in this case, you can stick to using long if if you think sometimes you might have to exceed some large amount of numbers. So sometimes you have to stick to using long and avoid using int when you know that, okay, maybe you're expecting a large amount of number. There are other data types. So we have another data type called short. So this is a random name. So for my variable, we have another data type called character. So this is it, and they are all under so now let's move to the next one, which is floating point. Sometimes you want to store a value that has decimal, right? For example, you want to store, so let's go back to age. Let's say you want to store a value of let's say 34 point. Okay, let's say you are not exactly 33 years old, so let's say you are 35 and a half. So now when you print this, it will cut out this decimal points. Any value after the decimal point, it will delete it, and we will lose the details. Then it only prints the 3. So, and this is because it is expecting an integer only. So now let's try save and compile. There you go. So this is because this is expecting an integer only. So what do we do? So the best thing we can do is use a different data type called float double. So double is one of the data type under what's called floating point. So here you are allowed to use decimal points. So you can even go as much as this. And let's see my age. Let's see my age is, then save and compile. You see, now it is printing out the actual value. My age is this. So apart from double, there's another one called float, which can also accommodate decimal number. But the difference between float and double is that a float has a smaller size. I mean, the minimum value and the maximum value is smaller compared to double, just like int and long. So float is a smaller form of double. So you know, if you have um a value, let's say, this kind of thing, floats might not be able to handle it, but double can, depending on the minimum or maximum for double. For example, let's see the um okay, it is dbl max. So let's see the maximum value for double. Then we look at, okay, we can also look at the um maximum value for float. So we are like float max. So float max. So then we will be like this, we'll be able to compare. So what I'm trying to do here is that I'm trying to print a value before this particular statement. My age is, then after that I'm trying to print this. So I can easily copy this and put it here instead of representing it as a variable. Then I can save, compile. So let's run our script. So here you go. So this is the maximum value if a float can accommodate, and this is the maximum value. You can see this is raised to power 308, while this is raised to power 38. So now, which means this value, the double value can accommodate, I mean the double data type can accommodate more than the float. So most case, you are advised to use doubles unless you are sure that the value you are expecting will be less than this. So now I keep talking about the maximum and the maximum. Sometimes you need to know the minimum as well, which is the negative form of this. Like I said, you really don't have to memorize the minimum or the maximum. Just have a fix um just have a fixed data type you use in practice that is sufficient for whatever you are doing. But when you realize that you need larger computation, then you can look out for the minimum and the maximum for each data type before you engage in the project. For example, if you are running a simple script or a simple project, if you are dealing with integer, you can just stick to using int or long. Any of the two should be sufficient. And if you know that you'll be dealing with decimal, of course you always deal with decimal, so you can deal with you can stick to using double, so you don't have to use floats. Of course it exists for some, you don't have to use float, just stick to double. So now the next data type we'll be talking about is called boolean. So now, Boolean means, if you are familiar with mathematics or programming concepts or programming in general, you will know what I mean by Boolean. Boolean simply means true or false. So it's a logical data type. So where something is either true or it is false. For example, are you above 18? It is either true or false. So in the case where you want to store a variable that carries a true or false value. For example, bool. So it is written in small letter. You realize that the int was also written in small letter. the long was also written in small letter, double was also written in small letter. So also I must say MQL5 is attentive to case. So double is not the same as double, because this is a title case and this is the writing, which which should be in small letter. So now you can store above 18 to be either true or false. So now also note the the false and the true is also in small letter, so or false. So here you can also print this out above 18, then you can store. So it is going to give us false. Control S, compile. So here, are you above 18? False. So now this can only store true or false. So now, in the case where you don't want to type true or false, you can also type what is called 0 and 1. So if you give it 0, so that means false. So if you give it um a value that is not 0, that means it is true. So that is another thing about boolean. So but basically it is true, it is expecting true or false, but mathematically or um the computer believes that if you give it the value of 0, so yeah, it also means false. So let's try to do something. So ignore this equals false. So Control S. So I must also say try as much as possible to keep going, even if you sometimes do not understand some things, especially if you are new to programming generally. Try to keep going, because there are some things I've used and I will probably use some concepts that you don't fully understand how it works until you go through later videos. Then you understand what I've done in the past. For example, I mentioned um, on start as a function. So I briefly explain what function is, not in details, but in later lecture you will get to understand fully how function works, how to write your own function, how to implement functions. Also, I explained void briefly, but you probably don't understand it. So now, keep going. So don't give up just because you do not understand what I'm doing. So try to follow along. For example, I mentioned variable just now, but I refuse to explain in details. That is because it is meant to be in the next few lectures. So, and even if I'm to explain it first, I can't explain it without explaining what data type is. So data types and variables, they work hand in hand. So one have to come before the other. So before you understand the one that is coming later, you need to stay with me. So that is my point. So let's quickly compile this. Of course, false is equal to false. So we are expecting a true. So here you go. False, and that is because false is equal to false. So let's say false is equal to true. Is false equal to true? So let's see. Control S, compile. Here you go, false. So because false is not equal to true. Now, another thing I forgot to mention is that you really can't understand MQL5 or programming just by watching this video or just by watching the video once. So now you can watch the video for the first time, right? Try as much as possible to follow along. Then at some point, because the video is going to be lengthy, so at some point you can watch the video all over again, So by that time, you understand the video better, you understand the programming concept better. So please do not hesitate to watch it up to 10 times, depending on how fast you are when it comes to learning. Because, of course, I didn't learn all of this once. So I've been doing this for half a decade. So it might be strange to you. So please do not hesitate to go back to the video, start all over again, and rewatch. Trust me, as you open your mind, you will get to understand the concept in of MQL5 or programming generally. So because you do not understand it now, simply because it's your first time, doesn't mean you should give up at this point. So please keep going. At some point, you might have to go back to the beginning and rewatch. Then, when you get to the last part where you went back to start again, you should be able to progress. So now, let's quickly go to the next one. So now, in the case where we provide a larger value, maybe a value that is not 0, so let's say 18. So in that case, you will realize that this is now true. It will, because it is not 0. So any value that is above 0 or not 0, it is considered true. So far your data type is Boolean. So if I provide that's a different case, right? But since we are on data type Boolean, so let's save and compare. You see, true will be equal to true, which means true. Here you go, true. So now, why I am using double equal to, I will explain that in later videos when we talk about operators. But for now, just stay with me. So now we've talked about int, we've talked about integer, we've talked about floating point. Now we are talking about Boolean. So the next data type we'll be dealing with is called string. So we've used this before, my name. So yeah, to declare a string, all you simply need to do is write data type string, give a variable name, then equal. So now equal to, then it should be in a double quotes. So so now here you must give double quotes, right? So my name is, yeah, then we can print that out. My name is, then I will save, then compile. Here you go. My name is Ganil Ibrahim. So that is string. So the next one we'll be dealing with is date time. So yeah, sometimes since we are dealing with MQL5 or trading generally, we need to sometimes know what the time is. For example, what the time is, the time frame, or the current time of the chart, or the previous candles time, the last 4 candles time, things like that. So we need to store the time sometimes. So now to store the time, you can specify my type. I mean, you specify the data type, date time, then you give it something like d year, then the year dot the month dot the day. So you can leave it like this, then you specify the time itself. Remember, we are dealing with date time, not just date or not just time, so you must also specify the time as well. Then you close it up. So now my time, so let's type the time is, so we save and we compile. So you see, now you see the time is, so it is telling me what the time is. It has added seconds. Meanwhile, I didn't add seconds. to the one I specified. So I can print out what the current time is. I mean the server time. So by a there's a inbuilt function called time current. So Control S, compile. You see, it's giving us what the time is at the moment. This is the previous print. So today, this is today's date, and this is the current time. So another thing we can print out is what time it is in GMT. So Control S. Now you see this is the current time in GMT. So now let's say you intend to you mistakenly more like a logic bug, you mistakenly store this in an integer. So it is going to convert this into an integer because generally all time have a timestamp, um, where you can convert the time to an integer, like it will be in form of 17045 6, so let's see. Control S, compile. Here you go. So you can see um, it is converting the current time to an integer. So that is where you need to be very careful when declaring your data types, else you might eventually have a logic error. The time is not lost even if I'm storing it as an integer, but you need to be careful with your data type assignment, else you might eventually end up with a logic error. Welcome back. So now let's move on to the next one. So there's something called color in MQL5. It did another data type called color. So sometimes you want to beautify your screen. So you don't just want to deal with numbers or prices. So you want to beautify. So there is a data type reserved in MQL5 called color. Here you can specify the color you want. So you the data type name is color. Then you give a name, my chart color. This is just my random name. Whatever, this is what is popping up into my head right now. So you can put whatever variable name you want, then equal to. Then you can specify CAR, whatever color you want, yellow. So you see, even the prompt is telling me that okay, I have multiple choices. So I can choose dark salmon. So this I can later use this data type to detect the chart color that I want. For example, um, let me show you this. This color was specified using something like data type color. Then we store the color we want in a particular variable, then we assign. You see, these all have different color. So as I think I've shown you one. Okay, let me quickly show you another one. So yeah, so you see this is a variable where I store this um this input that I'm expecting. I stored it in a color data type. So if I click on, you see this background is Alice blue. So let's try to change it. So I can choose, let's say I want to make it yellow. So you see it has changed to yellow. So this is an example of the use of this kind of thing where you use data types to store things. So the data type you use must match what you are expecting. or what you yourself will be using in your project. The next one is what is called enums. Sometimes you don't want unlimited value for your um for your variable. For example, when you are on int, when you are using int, so you are expecting value ranging from negative 2 million to positive 2 million. But sometimes you just want, you're expecting just three values. For example, in a practical way, so if you are familiar with trading, and you will realize that when you're using moving average, the method that the moving average is expecting you to use is either linear. I mean, is either the linear moving average, the simple moving average, the smoothened moving average, the exponential moving average, the weighted moving. They are, it is expecting your value should be to be in a particular range. Also, if you are using um price method, so it is expecting you to use a particular, to stick to a particular range. For example, by default, if you are looking for um, moving average method, so you can specify enum underscore ma underscore method. So then um, you can specify whatever. So let's give a value, my method name, my ma method. Okay, it can be my ma method equal to, then you are expected, you can't just give a value. No, my method, no, it is not allowed. So now, since you are using this data type, which is enum ma method, since you are using this data type, so it is expected that you use this or this or this or this. So this is these are the things you are expected to use. Not, don't say I want to create my own. No, 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 ma. No, this is not allowed. So a norm is when you want to limit the option that the variable can take. So there are other inbuilt enum in MQL5. For example, there's a enum for applied price, my applied price. So let's say you are dealing with applied price close, so you can use for high, you can use for low, depending on what you are dealing with. Also, there are a lot of enums. For example, when there are enum for account option, account info in double, account info in string, they are different. So you don't need to know all of this. So it depends on what you intend to do. So that will determine what you use. You see, enum for day of the week. So today, so let's say today is Monday. So now this particular data type, it is expecting, or this part, let me say this particular variable, since I'm using enum day of the week, it is expected that I'm either using Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Sunday. So I can't just come and I'm like Easter. No, it is not this is not the kind of value that it is expecting. It is expecting a price, a value that between Monday, Tuesday, between the specified, the one that that aligns with this data type or with this enum. So that is what enum is. So if you look at enum data in the lectures where we use enum to in a practical sense, then you probably understand. But I want you to have it in mind so that when we use enum or when we use the data type later in video, you won't find it surprising. So now, are we just limited to the enum created inbuilt in MQL5? No. So sometimes, so let's say in a practical sense, let's say you want to declare your own enum. So what you can do is you type enum in small letter, then you give the name of your enum. So let's say you want to give lot mode. So you can also, you can also decide to start with whatever value, whatever name you wish to give it. But I really don't fancy doing this, but you can do this. Let's say you do this. So now, this is more like you declaring something like this. That is why you have this name. So this is the enum name. Then you open a curly braces and you close it. So always remember to close it with a semicolon. Generally, in MQL5, when you open and close a curly braces, you don't have to end it with a semicolon. It is only when you are using a norm, when you are declaring a norm, that you have to. So you realize that we are not using semicolon here. It is not allowed. We are going to have an error. And later in the video, when we talk about decision making, when we use if else, when we use if else, or when we use loops like for loops, so you notice we won't be using semicolon after the curly braces. So it is only when you are on enums, that is when you use this. So you should also note that. Then the next thing is we need to specify the options that we are expecting for the lot mode. So here, then you can specify. For example, you want it to be risk base, then you put comma, risk base, then fixed lot size. So these are my options. So let's assume I want to use this. Then I also remember the structure. Let's comment this out. So so that we'll be able to see this structure. So this is representing this. Yeah. Then we need to give a variable name. So now this is our data type. So we need to give a variable name. So we can give it lot type or lot mode, whatever. So this does not have to be in capital letter, but it make more sense if you put it in capital letter. It give you the idea that it is something. For example, all the inbuilt enum in data type are also in capital letter, so I prefer to have this in capital letter personally. Then this does not also have to be in capital letter, but I prefer if they are in capital letter because the inbuilt enum values are also in capital letter. So now let's continue. Now that we have declared our enum, we've declared the variable type, the variable name. Then, so now whatever value we are to assign to this should be between this and this. So it can be basket. In fact, it can be baseline. Even if it is an inbuilt, it can be. Else, we are going to have a logical error. It might work. You might compile and you have no problem, but you might end up with a logical error. So now you are expected to only use risk base or fixed lot size for this particular data type. So you can also add more. Let's say absolute value. So now you have more options. So always remember to put the comma even on the last option. So now, after doing this, you can assign values to it as well. 0, 1, 2. So now, this can help you when you are maybe you are in a decision making you are writing a decision making based project. So we look into how to do decision making, so I won't overfeed you with or overwhelm you with a lot of concepts. So now let's just leave it this way. So you can also do this, assign an integer to them. So instead of writing risk base here or fixed lot size, I mean, you can just put 1, since 1 means risk base. So each time your compiler comes get here and it gets to this point, it will look up to the enum, this enum, and find the one with value 1, which is this. So it automatically knows that you want your lot type variable to carry this. So that is what it means. So you are good to go. So that is enum. I know this is a lot, but please stay with me and don't hesitate to go back to the video and rewatch again and again. Only guarantees you knowing this better. And of course, if you are interested in this, you want a professional job where your project is bug free as much as possible, because you are dealing with capital and you surely don't want to make some programming error that will lead to loss of capital. So please do not hesitate to watch this video again and again until you are satisfied and confident that okay, you know this and you know how to implement them. So please let's quickly move on. So now the last one, the last data type we'll be talking about is called void. So now we've mentioned void earlier. So void is when you are returning nothing, like you are storing nothing. You just want something that is you want to store something that is empty. So now void is not used like um other data type like int, long. For example, you can't say void my emptiness, my emptiness. No, 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 no. It's not allowed. So for example, now it is expecting nothing. So what's now the point of having declaring it? So now void is only used in function. So later in the lectures we will talk about function. So when you want a function that is returning nothing, just performing an operation, but it is returning nothing, like I mean, when I say returning nothing, the return value, it doesn't have anything it's returning, or anything it's returning, or anything it is returning. It doesn't have something it's returning. So that is when you use void, meaning emptiness. So that's you should be aware of this as well. So, because sometimes you don't want to return anything, you just want the function to perform some things, just to maybe to glance through something and assign some variables. You don't want to return something in particular. So now that is where you use void. So it's not usually used in the manner where in the kind of manner we use other data type like int, long. So it is used in declaring functions that you want to return nothing. So now these are the basic data types in MQL5. Actually, there are some data types I skipped so that you won't find it overwhelming. Data types like units. Oh, sorry about that. Units. So they are. So I intentionally skip them so that I won't overwhelm you with knowledge that you might not need. So um, but if you are interested, you can look up to these things, the official documentation of MQL5. So you can look up to this, the official documentation of MQL5. So you see things, you can go through them, and you can easily, you can easily search for data types. Data types. Sorry. So here you can easily click on each one. So you see you have units, and you can go through them if you are confident with things. After you are confident with all of these that I'm talking about, I mean, after maybe in case you are familiar with MQL5 already, or you've gone through other lectures and maybe you are coming back and you're trying to know this all of these concepts in depth, then you can go through the documentation and learn all of this. These other data types that I did not mention, ignore them, else you will find it overwhelming. And for now, try to pick up things you need to move forward. You can always come back to pick other things that you are not in need of at the moment. So that is that on data type. In the next lecture, we'll be talking about variables. Welcome back. So now let's talk about variables. So variables from the world, it means something that varies, something that is not constant, something that can always change, but at the same time, something that stores something or values or data for you. So now, in the previous lectures, we've used variables, but we really don't know what variables are. So generally, variables are used in storing data in your program. So now, let's say you want to store the age or the account number to, to be more realistic. Let's say you want to store the account number of the terminal, then you can store it on a variable. So now, one of the example why we were talking about data types, we used a lot of variables. So you realize I was naming variables based on what comes to my mind. Yes, but there are rules guiding variables, naming your variables. So now, so the first thing we need to understand is how to declare a variable. So to declare a variable, you simply give it the data type, data type, then the variable name. There you go. Then you put semicolon. So in practical, we simply put int age, then this. So now this is called declaration. So this is how you declare your variable. So I hope you still remember what this is. This is commenting. So I'm saying the compiler should ignore this part of my code. So this is called declaration. So let me remove it so you won't get confused. So this is called declaration of a variable. So you can also do the string my name. So you can also say this above 18. So this is called declaration. So also, in case I have more than one variable that is an integer, I can declare more than one variable on one line by separating them with comma. So I can come and store, let's say, bet month. So it should be in 3, 4, 5 up to 12. So I can also save here broker name. So I can store more than one. My point is I can store more than one variable under a particular data type. So these are called declaration. So now, how do we initialize? How do we assign a value to any of this? So in the previous tutorial, we realized that what we do is we declare and we assign. We initialized immediately. For example, we used age equals 33. So yeah, we declared and immediately we assigned a value we initialized. So now that is one way. So this is another. So in the case where you do not have the value you wish to assign yet, so you can just declare your variable without assigning anything. Then when you are ready, So you won't need to assign it this way. You will need to assign a value this way. So it will be age. You just call the variable name, then 32. So now birth month, let's say now you know the birth month you wish to put. So birth month is 8. So now you know your name. So John. Let's say you don't know if you are above 18 yet. So now these are called initialization and these are called declaration. So if you want to declare a variable where you don't have a value to assign yet, or you are not ready to assign anything yet, this is what you do. So there's something called scope of variables. So now scope of variable is how accessible is your variable, especially it depends on where your variable was declared. So now if your variable was declared within a particular parenthesis, you can only call on your variable within that parenthesis. For example, I can say alert my age is, you can say yeah. So you are calling on to this variable. So now I'm still within, the declaration was within this block. This parenthesis is called block of code. This block between this block. So now since the declaration was between this block, I can call on the variable within that block. So I should have no problem. Compile. So it is telling me, okay, I'm sorry about that. I should have removed this since that it was removed here. So save again, then compile. So now you see I am having no problem. So but one thing you should know or understand is that if you declare a variable within a parenthesis or within a block of code, you have only declared a local variable. So that means it is only, the variable is only accessible within that block that it was declared. But if you want it to be accessible in any other block of code, then you declare it in a global manner. How do you do that? So make sure you are declaring your variable outside any block, any parentheses. For example, declare it here. You see there's no any other parentheses setting a boundary for this. So now let's assume before doing this we decide to run this in out here. So now we are trying to access this variable that was declared as a local variable inside this block. So let's see what will happen. Control S, compile. So you see we are having a problem. So declaration without type, is telling me that doesn't even know this exists. Meanwhile it exists, just that it is within this area. So to solve this problem, it is either I only stick to calling my trying to implement my variable within this block of code, or if it is important to me, I will declare this outside as a global variable. So that this parenthesis or this block of code will not restrict my utilization. So now if I declare my variable out here, I can utilize here my age is, so it is going to give me 32. Control S, compile. I have no error because this is a global, it was declared in a global manner. So I can use it here outside this block of code, and I can also use it within this block of code because it is now global compared to when it was declared within this block, which was local. So it is going to give me the value of 32. And if let's assume I declared and initialized immediately, just like we did the other time, it will give us the same result, no problem. We won't have any problem, since it's going to give us the value of 33. So that is declaration relating to the scope of the variable. So the scope of variable is either local or global. So later we discuss more about um, we utilize this in practice. Sometimes you don't want to declare a variable unless a function is called. So in that case, but you want that variable to be a global variable. So such variable are called static variable. So later when we talk about function, I will mention we look into static variable, but I want you to have it in mind that something exists called static variable. So for static variable, it allows your function to be global even when it was declared within a local block, within a block. But so far you have the static keyword assigned to it. Let's assume we have another. So we have static, then the variable, let's say number of students, or let's say um, account. So this is 20. This is not realistic, right? But so now this value, this variable can be accessed anywhere so far it has this static keyword. Even if it was declared in this block of code, it can be accessed anywhere so far it has this static. It means you are declaring a variable that is global, and you are trying to declare it within a particular block of code. So it is more like you are combining a global and local. So you are declaring it locally, but you want it to be used globally. So that is the essence of having this static keyword. You probably won't ever need it, but sometimes you might need it, especially in the case where let's say you are writing a function to check if it is if the current bar is a fresh bar, is a fresh candle, so things like that. So when in for later lecture when so in later lecture when we are doing a practical project, you see how it is implemented. So another one is called const. So it is the keyword is constant. In here you declare a variable that you have no intention of changing. For example, you realize that after declaring and initializing your variable, you can always come around to change it. For example, I can always come around to change my age to 55, but you cannot change this simply because it is a constant. So now let's try to save and compile. You see, it is telling us that constant cannot be modified. So once you assign a value, in fact, once you assign a value to so once you declare and assign a value to a constant, you cannot change the value. So this is something you can use where you are sure that okay, this particular variable should not be changed. So you want the compiler to have that in mind as well, that okay, you have no intention of changing this in the future, and in the case where you mistakenly or unknowingly decide to change it or assign a new value to it, the compiler should alert you, should let you know that oh, you said you have no intention of changing this particular variable. So that is the essence of having constant. So constant is used when you have no intention of changing the value of that variable. So that is all we need to know about variable for now. So in the next lecture, we look at advanced and predefined variable in MQL5. Welcome back. Another type of variable that we have out there in MQL5 is called input. So just like you can add static to the back of your um, data type to declare a variable, you can also add something called input. So now, the sense of having this is sometimes or generally in programming, you want to accept some values from user. For example, if you've used an EA before, an expert advisor or an indicator, you realize that there's a section that allows you to change some things, some values. So now you need to store those values, or how do you receive those values programmatically? So here, input helps you with that. So you type input, then you specify the data type you are expecting. So let's assume you are expecting the license code, so which it should be in a string. So yeah, then the variable name you wish to store the input. So license, let's say you are expecting a license code, right? Then equal to what? So what should be the default? So you can leave it empty. Sorry about that. You can leave it empty. So yeah, each time we try to run our script or EA, and if it is an indicator or an indicator, it will be expecting you to specify your license code, and by default the value will be an empty string. So when you specify your license code, this is now a variable. You'll be able to use your variable in here, so you can easily check if the license code is valid or not. Then you react based on um, how valid it is or whatever. So now you can save and compile. So now let's quickly use our so you can see it is not asking me to input anything. So now the problem is because in script, if you want to accept some parameters, you need to specify that you want to accept some parameters. So when you are dealing with an EA, you probably won't need to do this. So and but in script you need to, because by default MQL5 EA is expecting an input. So to specify that you are expecting an input, so what you do in here, you come here, you type property, then script show input. That's it. So then you save and compile, then you try to run. Now you have another tab here, input, so you can always input something. It is expecting something here, which is a license code, and you click on OK, then it will run our script. Compared to the previous time we've been running it, where it just run the script directly, but now it knows that it is meant to take in an input first before it go ahead with running whatever we want it to run. So other thing we need to know is what is called typecasting. Sometimes you want to convert from one data type to the other, but the data type you're trying to convert from or convert to must be similar to the previous one. So for example, you can convert um, a decimal to an integer, and you can convert an integer to a decimal. Well, it's redundant to do that. So sometimes you also, and if you remember, I showed you that you can represent your date time in form of an integer. So now in case you have a value in form of an integer but you wish to convert it to date time, you can also convert it using this method called typecasting. Typecasting. So I would like to spell that. So typecasting. So simply do, let's get rid of this. So to simply do what is called typecasting, let's say you have let's say you have this age. So let's get rid of this so I won't have an error. So age, and we are interested in doing this kind of mass. So try to stay with me. I'll tell you what this is later. So now, by default, if you have been paying attention, you will realize that whatever value you get here will be automatically converted into an integer. Yes, the result should be a decimal, should be in decimal, but since you are assigning, and you are declaring and initializing at the same time in a data type that is an integer, so your result is always represented in an integer. So if you want a better thing, you should have gone for double. So now let's assume we have double, right? So at this level, the value will surely be an integer, will surely be a decimal. So let's try something. So let's say we mistakenly store, or because there are some, sometimes it's not a mistake, there are some libraries that represent your time in an integer form, so you sometimes want to convert it back to date time or something else. So so let's say you have your current time. So let's confirm what the value is. So Control S, compile. So you see, this is the value. This is the value. It is in integer, right? So now let's assume I would like to convert it back to a date time. So what I can do is open my bracket and type date time, which is the data type I wish to represent this value. So it will convert whatever value this time variable holds. It will convert it to a date time data type. So let's see that. Compile. Here you go. Compared to this. So let's say I have this. Control S. Here you go. So that is typecasting. So this way you'll be able to convert from one data type to the other. So please have it in mind that you can convert from one data type to the other if the value match. For example, you can convert 0 to boolean. So now you are expecting the value to be false. Here you go, false. So let's give it 1. Remember I said 0 actually means false and 1 means true. Save. So you see, true. So also remember I said any other value apart from 0 means true as well. So it is going to convert this value to boolean, which is a data type that contains true or false. So we are expecting it true as well, since it is not 0. Here you go. So that is typecasting. Like I said, please
try to stay with me. As time goes on, when we start implementing these features, you understand this better in a practical sense, and everything will make more sense compared to plain introduction to these concepts. So please stay with me. See you in the next lecture. Hello, welcome back. So in this lecture, we'll be talking about operators. So basically in MQL5, there are different kind of operators. So looking at the first one, we have our assignment operators, then we have arithmetic operators, we have relational operators, then we have logical operators. These are the major operators that we have in MQL5. So also, we have been using some of these operators since we started writing our first script. So now, starting from this lecture, I will start explaining what the operators is, and moving on, we will continue to utilize the operators in different manner. So starting with assignment operators, you notice that after declaring our variables, I mean int x, then we go ahead to initialize it, right? So for example, we can be like, okay, x equals 7. So now x equals 7. This is assignment operator. So we are assigning a value to a variable. So it is this thing that makes it possible, which is the equal to, is the assignment operator. So in the case where we want to declare and initialize immediately 7, so this is also the assignment operator. So in MQL5, this is assignment operator. So we can print it out. X is, then we save and compile. Then you see I have 0 error. So that is assignment operator. So next thing we'll be dealing with now is arithmetic operators. So in MQL5, we can perform operators like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and modulo. So we can also perform operations like the square root of a number or the exponent of a number. So we look into how to do that later in the lectures. So but let's quickly look at arithmetic operators. So let's say we have a variable x7, then we intend to have x plus 4, then we print it out. Y is this. So let's save and compile. Here you go, we have y equals 11, which is the right answer. Then let's look at the minus sign, which is for subtraction. So x minus 4. So let's see. Here you go, we have 3. Let's save and compile. Here you go, we have 28. So let's do maybe 16 divided by 4. Then we compile. There you go. 16 divided by 4. Then we save and compile. So now the next one for modulo, which is interested in the remainder after a division. So for example, 16 divided by 4, what is the remainder after 4 divides 16? So now we are expecting 0. Then let's save and compile. There you go. We have 0, right? Let's assume it is 16 divided by 5. What do you expect? 1, right? Because 16 divided by 5 will give 3, remainder 1. So let's save and compile. These are the arithmetic operators in MQL5.
So now, not just integer does everything apply to. For example, the multiplication, the subtraction, the division modulo applies to integer, double, float, those mathematical or numerical data types, but string can use addition. For example, name equal to, so I can say Jennifer plus Kimberly. So we end with semicolon, right? So now, can you guess what will be our result? So name is, so it will be Jennifer Kimberly. So let's save and compile. So here you go. Name is Jennifer Kimberly. So let's say we want to put space in between. We either put the space here or here, or we have another string which we have the space. So we can come like my name is. So we save, we compile. There you go. My name is Jennifer Kimberly. So let's say we want to have it like first name, then we have a different string that says first name this, then we have another string that says last name is this. Right? So this will also work. So we can save and compile. Here you go, same result. So I must point out in MQL5, so you must declare a variable before you try to implement it. For example, imagine you have this, you have it below. So that means you are declaring it at the bottom, but you are trying to use it at the upper line. So you are going to get an error. So before you buy something, you must have the money. That is just the concept. Yes, I know you can buy on credit, but here you must declare first before you try to implement a variable. So now let's save and compile. You see we have an error saying undeclared identifier, because while going through the line of code, it realized that you're trying to use first name, meanwhile it was not declared. Yes, it have not checked this part. It is checking it from the top to the bottom. I mean, the compiler is checking from the top to the bottom, and it's realized that you are trying to use first name, but it's not declared yet. So now the best thing is make sure, or the right thing is make sure you have it, you declare first before you try to implement. Do you understand? So let's save and compile. Then our error is gone. So now, moving on, we have something called increment and decrement. So sometimes you want to increment an existing value. For example, let's say you have x equals 7, right? So all you need to do is let's say you want to add 1 to it, to the value. So this is equivalent to doing x equals x plus 1. So that means you want to pick the existing value of x, which is 7, then you want to add 1 to it. So that is the meaning of this. So now x is, so our value here will be 8. So let's save and compile. There you go, 8. So also you can decrement minus, so which is equivalent to x equals x minus. So you pick the value of the previous value of x, then you take away 1 plus.
There you go, we have 6. So now the question arises, what if you don't want to, you want to take away a particular amount of value? Let's say you want to take away 2, you want to take away 19, then you either come this way, you instead of doing this, so instead of doing this, what you do is you say x equals x plus whatever value you wish to add, or you say x equals plus equals 8. So now this is equivalent to this. So now you see, it's surprising, this doesn't exist in math. Yes, it might not exist in real mathematics, but in programming, in fact almost all programming language have this kind of operation. So now it means take the pre-existing value of x, then add 8 to that value and assign the value, the result back to x. So that means x equals the previous value of x plus 8. Then yeah, we expect 15. Here you go, 15. You can also do that minus. So here we expect minus 1 because 7 minus 8 is minus 1. Save, then we compile. Here you go. So we have minus 1. So we can also do that with multiplication. Here we expect 32, right? We save and we compile. Oh, right. Okay, let's do something now. Let's use values that so yeah, let's use value that will divide properly. So we can say 25 divided by 5. So that means the pre-existing value of x divided by 5, then you assign the result back to x. So x will get a new value. Save, then we compile. There you go, we have 5. That is that. We can also do that for modulo. So that means the pre-existing value of x divide by 5, then the remainder, whatever result you get for the remainder, assign it back to x. So here x will become 0. Compile. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to change each time I change this, I forgot to change it, but it won't affect it since it's a comment. But I believe you understand that whenever you whatever value you do, whatever operation you are trying to do here, this is what it means. So save, then we compile, then we are anticipating 0. Here you go, we have 0. So that is that on increment and decrement. So you can basically, we started from this, which is our main aim. So we can increment and decrement. So this is the increment and this is the decrement. So basically, when we get to loops, we look at how we implement this, and not just loops, you can also implement it in your normal logic. So but try to understand, whenever you have this kind of thing, it means the previous value of x minus 1, and when you have plus plus, that means the previous value of x plus 1, not just x. This is just x is just a variable name. So it could be age, it could be your age, maybe 3, it could be anything for the variable name. But this is done on numerical data types only. So that is that for increment and decrement. So let's quickly look into relational operators. For relational operators, what it contains is you want to compare what is on the right hand side with what is on the left hand side. For example, is the value of this equal to this? So for example, we have for relational operators, we have greater than, we have less than, we have greater than and or equal to, we have less than or equal to, we have equal to, then we have not equal to. So now
what we are interested in is we want to compare the right hand side with the left hand side. So now, is x greater than 19? So now it means what's the value of x? 25. Is 25 greater than 19? So we are expecting true here. Save, compile. So here you go, true. So now, is x less than 19? False. It should be false. So because 25 is not less than 19, it is greater than 19. Here you go, false. So now, is x greater than or equal to 19? Yes, because it is at least greater than 19. So the meaning of this is it's greater than or. So is 25 greater than or equal to 19? Yes, it is greater than 19. We're expecting true, right? Yes, our value is true. So now, is x less than or equal to 19? The value should be false because 25 is not less than 19, it is greater, and it is not equal to 19. So true, we have false, right? So now, is 25 less than or equal to 25? It should be true, right? Because 25 is equals to 25. So there you go, we have true. So we can also do a direct equal to by using double equal to. So now note, when you are assigning a value to a variable, then you use a single equal to. Then when you are comparing two values, you use double equal to. So please remember that. Let's save and compile, and our value should be true. Our value should be 2 because 25 equals 25. Yeah, we have true. We also have not equal to. So the exclamation mark, yeah, it means not. So that means opposite of that thing. So is 25 not equal to true? Not equal to 25. Yes, 25 is equal to 25. That means the answer we anticipate here is false because 25 is equal to 25. Here we compile. There you go, we have false, right? Let's say we change the value. So is 25 not equal to 27? Yes, it is not equal to 27. So we are expecting true. Now let's save and we compile. There you go, we have x equal to true. So because 25 is not equal to 27. So that is that on relational relational operators. So let's quickly look at this as well. Is hello equal to MQL5? Yes, they are both string because they have quotes, beginning quote and closing quotes. So now let's save and compile it. So this is, here you go, false. What if we say hello is hello equal to hello? So save, then we compile. We are anticipating true. Yes, we have true. So you can also do that for boolean. Is true equal true? Is true equal true? And we get true. So we can also do is false equals true, we get false, right? So is false equals false, we get true because false is equals to false. So that is relational operators. So now let's quickly look at logical operators. So and these involve use of and or. So now sometimes you want to make sure that there are multiple conditions aligned. For example, let's say you want to confirm if the time is correct and the day of the week is correct or aligns. So you have two conditions. So let's say is 7 greater than 3 and 8 is less than 11. So now let's put this. So what do you expect here? So we should have, let's put it in a bracket so that we tell the compiler that this is an operation we want you to execute before giving the value to the alert. So now, is 7 greater than 3? Yes, it is. Is 8 less than 11? Yes, it is. So now, this is the logical operators. So this is the logical operators where we have and. It means and. So is this, if this condition is true and this condition is true, then the whole operation will return true. But if one of it is true and one of it is false, it will return false. So in general, when you are using the and operator, it means all the condition must be true before the whole operators gives you true. But the moment one of it is false, then the value will be false. So let's save and we compile. Here you go. We have true because 7 is greater than 3 and 8 is less than 11. So let's say, let's make this false. So yes, 7 is greater than 3 and is 8 less than 1? No. So that means this is giving us false. Automatically the whole operation will give us false. So let's try that. Save and compile. There you go. So we have false. So now it's not just limited to 2 conditions. So we can have multiple conditions as much as possible. J. So let's say 19 is greater than 5 and 7 is not equal to 9. You know, we can continue. So this is and. So let me do it like this. And so we have another one called or. So now we can say, is 7 greater than 3 or x is less than 0. So that means, is 7 greater than 3 or 25 is less than 0. So that means if at least one of these conditions is true, the whole operation will give true. In this case, it should give true because 7 is greater than 3. So the moment, so it starts from the left. So the moment it sees a value that is true, it will believe that everything is true. So now let's save and compile. So we save, then we get true. So even though 25 is not less than 0. So let's say we can also have multiple operation with our with our or operator. So that is that on logical operators. So in the next lecture, I'll be looking into decision making. So I'll see you in the next lecture. Hello, welcome back. So in this lecture, we'll be looking into decision making. So there are some times you wish to execute a particular logic if some conditions are met. For example, you have an AA. You want to keep monitoring the price of the market, right? But you want to buy when you have your candle touching your moving average and closing above, right? So now these are conditions that you want a particular logic to execute, right? So now there is a feature called decision making, and one of it is if. So if a particular condition, then do something. So now what do you want to do? You can put it, if you are doing a single thing, like I mean something that can contain just one line, then you can have it like this. Then you put your logic here. But if the logic contains a lot of lines, for example, you have your condition. If it contains a lot of lines, so it's best you have it in a curly braces. So that's a block of code like this. Then you put your logics here. So now let's try the first one. if, okay, let me not, so if, let's say, we have age to be 33, right? So now, if age is above 18, we want to print you are qualified. You are qualified. Qualified, right? So that is the first thing. So now we can remove this. Sorry, we can remove this. Let's save and we compile. So we are expecting you are qualified to be printed, right? There you go. You are qualified because the age 33 is above 18. In the case where let's say we have 13, then we save and we compile. We expect nothing because the age 13 is not above 18. So you see the script is running. Let's clear this. The script is running, but you see, you will notice here it is running, but it's not printing out anything. Okay, let me click and drag. You see, it's not printing out anything. So this is because the age is not above 18. So also you can do, remember, this is not, we are not limited to just this. So you can do is above 18 or equal to 18 as well. So you can do that. So now the second thing we can try is, so let's delete this. So let's assume, okay, we don't need to delete it. We can easily add the braces here. So let's assume we have more than one line of logic. So we want to print this. We want to do this. Kindly submit your trade. So we can delete this. Yes, it is a comment. It won't be noticed by the compiler, but for neatness, so let's clear this as well. Then we will have you are qualified and kindly submit your trade. So you can, so now you're not limited to just sending alert. It is because we've not gone into sending of orders or doing more than this. So that's why we are only printing on the screen. So you can do more than this. In fact, in most of your logic, you probably won't be printing anything depending on your choice. So now you can save and compile. So now it's doing nothing. Why? Because the age is 13 and 13 is not up to 18. So let's assume the person is 55 years old. So now, okay, let's assume the person is 18 because 18 is equal to 18 at least. So we save and we compile. So let's say, you see, we have you are qualified and kindly submit. So some might argue that we only have kindly submit here. Yes, it is because you can only print the last alert here on the alert window, but you can track that here looking at the time. So you notice the time is 11:09:04 and 11:09:04 compared to the last one, which was printed 06:29. So that is that. So now what if you want to do something if this condition is not met? So at least you want to tell the user that, oh, I'm sorry, you're not qualified. So you can say else, then you put it in a braces as well. So you can say else you, okay, I am sorry, you are not qualified. So now let's leave it on 18. So you still have, we will have this kindly submit your trade, you are qualified, because it is at least the age is equal to 18. So let's save and compile. So let's clear this. Here you go. So kindly submit. So you see, we have you are qualified, kindly submit your trade. So you also have it here. So let's clear this. So now imagine you have age equals, let's say 8, save, and we compile. So we are expecting, I am sorry, you are not qualified. So let's see, here you go. Here you go. I am sorry, you are not qualified. So that is that. So now you are not limited to just one condition. So you can also add more conditions. For example, if the age is equal to 17, so you can say, kindly wait until next year. Next year. So you can do this, and that'll be fine. You can save and compile. So that is fine. You can also have more than one condition. You can do this. You put your condition, then you continue. You do more than one condition as much as possible. So you can also end it with else. So the last statement, for example, when this condition is not right, or this condition is not met, this condition is not met, the upper conditions are not met, then you can end it with else. That means if all the conditions above are not met, then do this. For example, you can say this, I am sorry. So please try not to put the else here and now add more condition. No, it won't work that way. So make sure the else is at the last part of the decision making. So that is if condition or if else condition. So now there's another decision making feature called switch. So it goes like switch, then you put in the expression, then your curly brace, then we have the case. It also contains the expression. Then we have a semicolon. Then we have statement and break. You have another case. Let's say case 2. And so on. So now it ends with default, which is more like the last thing, like else. So you have if else, if else, if else, then we have else. So this is the default. So you can put it on this line, but for beautification, so I prefer to have it like this. So now this means, let's say you have an expression like age, and if the age is 18, you do something like you are qualified. You are qualified. So now the essence of having this break is that you don't want the compiler to continue to move down looking at all the other cases. So now you can, if you leave this break out, so you will, after having this condition met, let's say this is a thing, after having this it will continue to look through other cases. So now the best thing is to have break so that it will stop immediately it sees one of the cases is satisfied. So that's the essence of having the break. So break means stop, get out of this block. So yeah, this block. So let's assume we have multiple blocks. So it will only get out of this. Let's assume we have multiple Swift statements. It will only get out of the first switch statement and it will stop. So now we have this. We can also add something else. Alert, you are not qualified. Let's say 19. So now the point is, in Swift, you use Swift when you are aware, when you know the value that are coming, you know the possible values that are coming. So in the case where you really don't know, you only know the range of values that are coming, it's best you use if. But in the case where you are very sure about the values that are coming, yeah, you, for example, you know that okay, the value is either this or that or this. So let's say you have four case that you are aware that okay, whatever case is coming is between these four cases. Or let's say you have 17 cases, whatever case that is coming is within the 17 cases, possible cases. So that is when you should use Swift. But in the case where you know that okay, what is coming, the expression that is coming that you want to check for is within ranges. So it's not certain. It's between this and that. For example, if you want to check somebody is qualified based on their age, so if they are above 18 or below 18, so it's best you use if, else you will have to go do for all the possible ages. So you use for age 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to let's say 100, which is logically stressful and wrong. So it's best you use if in that case. But in the case where you are aware of the possible values that are coming, so you can use case. So basically, there is really no need for you to use switch. So if you know how to use if properly, there's no need for you to use switch in most cases. So, but people use switch. I really am not a fan of switch. So you can. That is how to use switch. So also, I want you to note something. When you have a an if case, if let's say above equal to, you can also have multiple condition. 11 is greater than 19, 91. Okay, let's say 9. So you can have multiple condition like this, right? So you can continue. Age is equal to 0, or so you can have it like this. Also, you can also have another if inside your if. So 7 is greater than, okay, let's see, 7 is equal to 18. So you can have multiple. So that means when this condition is met, it will come into this block. Then the first thing it will do is it will check this condition as well. If this condition is met, it will do this. So that is what it will do, whatever is in here. So that is what this means. So you can have multiple, you can have a block of if statements inside another if statement. So um that is that. So you can do this as well. So that is decision making in MQL5. So in the next lecture, we look into functions. Hello, welcome back. So in this lecture, we'll be looking into functions. So now, what are functions? So functions are a block of code that you design or you write to do a particular thing for you. So in the past, we've been using function. Even in the previous lecture, we used functions, and I promise that in later video, which is now, we talk about what functions are in details. So now, what are functions? Like I said, they are logics that do a particular thing for you. Either they return something or they do not return something. At least they are doing something. For example, the function we have here, which is the onStart. So what it does is that it takes in your logic, then the moment you add this script to the chart, it will execute the logic. So that's the function of this function. So now you see this void, it is a it is a return type of the function. That means what is the function returning, not what the function is doing. So there's a difference between what the function is returning and what the function is doing. So the function might not return anything, just like this, which is void, but it is doing something. So for example, the function is doing this, so but the function is returning this, which is nothing in this onStart case. So there are a lot of built-in functions in MQL5 so that you won't have to always do things from scratch. For example, there are functions to tell you the number of positions that are open. So there are functions to tell you the number of orders that are open, things like that. There are a lot of functions out there in MQL5. So um part of the functions, we look into them in this lecture and in later lectures, and we continue to utilize inbuilt functions and at the same time build our own functions in later videos. So let me quickly brush you through the functions that we've used in the past. So one of it is the onStart functions. So onStart, like I mentioned, the moment you start your script, the moment you apply your script to the chart, it will run a logic. So the other one is comment. So for example, when you type comment, you will have, so the moment you see something that with something you have to, when you want to use it, you have to use a bracket. So like a round bracket, just like this. The moment you have something like this, it means it is a function. So this is where you call a function. So in the life cycle of a function, this is how it works. So you define your function. That means you create the function. That is the first level. Then each time you need that function, you call it. So this comment function has been created inside MQL5. So yeah, I am only calling it. So then it takes in something. So you notice the moment I try to type in something, it is telling me that I can input as much as possible. That is the essence of having this dot dot dot. So I can input hello MQL5 programmers, right? So that's, we've implemented comment, we've implemented print. So print, we've implemented alert as well. So these are the functions we've implemented so far. So but there are a lot of functions in MQL5. First, do not try to memorize everything. By default, the moment each time you need the function, try to look it up, try to check if it exists. If it does exist, just implement. So the more you implement the function, the more you memorize automatically. So you don't have to memorize all at the same time. You might just try to be aware that it exists, so that you'll be able to use it instead of having to create yours from scratch. During the process of learning how to use MQL5, while watching this tutorial, you should get used to using the MQL5 documentation. Even after you finish this course, you still need to consider it as your friend. So now, for example, let's assume you have a math logic and you want to be sure, you want to confirm if the function is available with MQL5. Something, I mean a logic that can help you do what you want to do without you having to write it from scratch. So you can easily, for example, this is how I got here. So it can say MQL5 math functions. So yeah, with this, it leads you to your best search engine. Then from your best search engine, you see the one from MQL5 doc. Then you click on it and you get the page. So now, these are the functions available for math operations on MQL5. So you see, this is apps for absolute value. For example, if you have a negative value, you input a negative value in this function, it will return a positive value. If you input a positive value, it will return a positive value. So that is absolute. So if you are familiar with the absolute concept in mathematics, you shouldn't have a problem with it. Let me come again. When you put in a negative value into this function, it will return a positive value. If you put in a positive value, it will return a positive value. So it's more like it makes a number or a value, it makes it positive. That is the job of absolute value. So to utilize this, so all you need to do is, let's say you have age of minus 33. Then the absolute, to get the absolute value, you can say maths apps, then you specify the value. So you can say minus the 3, but since I already assigned it to this variable, so it's easy to say age, right? So now let's quickly print y is, let's save and compile. Here you go. So it is giving me a positive value, so which is the job of an absolute, an absolute. So moving on, there are, like I said, there are a lot of functions, so we can't go through all the functions, so I will just go through few. So now another function you should also be aware of is maximum, like max maximum. So this takes in two numbers, then it compares them, then it returns the higher value. For example, if you give 2 and 4, it will return 4. If you give 4 and 3, it will return 4. If you give 4 and maybe 14, it will return 14. Since 14 is the maximum, is higher than the other one, so it doesn't matter the position of the argument. All that matters is it takes in two numbers or two values and it returns the maximum value. So here in the documentation, you see it is already explaining it that the function returns the maximum value of two values, right? So now the first numerical values, the second, that will be the parameters, right? Then what it is returning will be the larger number among the two values. So that is max. So you can easily try it out from your end. So we also have the opposite, which is max minimum. So it returns the minimum value between two values. So let's quickly check that out. So here, max. So let's say 17 and 8. So let's save and we compile. So now we are having one error. Can you guess what the error is? It is telling me that undeclared identifier, that's on line 12. Meanwhile, I don't think there's an error here. So like I said, the best thing is to look up. Then if you are to look up, you realize that we refuse to end our statement with a semicolon, which is a big problem for MQL5. So we have to put in our semicolon, then we save, then we compile. Now everything works fine. So I'll run the script again. Now you have 17. So now let me prove to you that it doesn't matter the way you position the values. So let me close this. So in the case where I have the 8 here and the 17 here, so let me save and compile. So I still get 17. So this is helpful in the case where you are expecting two values, then you want to compare the higher you want to get the higher one and implement only the higher one, or you are interested in looking for the minimum between two values. So it doesn't, you don't have to necessarily specify the value. You can put the variable, maybe age and the height, whatever. Yes, we don't have variable for height yet, but something like this is what I mean. So this is how max maximum works. Also, like I said, there's another one, max minimum. So let's move on. So the next one we'll be looking at is math power. So what this does is it takes in two values, right? The first one will be the base, then the second one will be the exponential. For example, if you put in 2 comma, let's say 2, that will be 2 multiplied by 2 in two times. So if you put in 2 comma 4, that will be 2 times 2 times 2 times 2. That will give you 16, right? So that is how max power works. So in the next few lectures, we will look into how to do this, how to use this in practice. But please be aware of the availability of this function. Like I said, please get familiar with this documentation on MQL5, so you can always come there. So you start by going to your search engine and typing whatever you want, then making sure that you go for the search result that ends in the MQL5 documentation. So now we have another one. Mass is valid number. So this you can use in checking if a particular value, that maybe a variable, is a valid number. For example, maybe someone refused to give you a number and decide to give you an alphabet. You can easily check before you do any operation, any mathematical operation on it, if that value given is a number or not. So this returns true or false, a boolean. You see, it returns. So if it is a value number, it will return true. If it is not, it will return false. So it is returning a boolean. So in the next lecture, we'll look into string functions. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. So in the previous lecture, we looked into math functions. So let's quickly brush through string functions as well. So there are some operations you can also do on string, so you don't have to write a new logic for the operation. For example, let's say you have a string of name. Let's say I decide to write my name in small letter, and I want to make it a capital letter. Okay, in the case, okay, this is, let me make you consider a real life case. Let's say you want to get the name of the user for your project, and you want to compare it with something, an existing maybe something you've already defined to the program, that okay, check this if this particular person's name matches this. So if the person's name is provided in small letter or capital case, and your check is in lower case, there will be a problem. So the best thing is to make sure you have your check and the incoming value that you are about to check for, make sure they are in the same case. So either you make them both lower case or upper case. For example, you can easily say string to upper. So now, like I said in the previous lectures, or one of the previous lectures, I said try as much as possible to use meta editor for your project. And that one of the reasons is it will prompt you, it will help you to understand even functions you are using for the first time. For example, I'm using string to upper, which according to the documentation, which you can also find. Let me quickly show you the documentation. Yeah, so it was just MQL5 string functions, and I got this, which is this. So now, one of the functions is string to upper, string to lower, string to upper, right? So if you look at the brief story about what it does, is transform all symbol or all string to lowercase, and this it's transform it to capital case. Now in my case, where I want to make it upper, so all I need to do is specify the value, the string value, which is name. But one thing is that it tells me that it is going to return a bool. That means it is not returning that name. It is returning true or false. That means it is returning if the operation, the function runs successfully or not. So then let's close this. Then you do not need to reassign this variable to the result, since it is not returning the outcome. It is only returning if it was successful or not. So how do you know this apart from knowing from the tip? So the best way to know this is also reading through the page for this particular function. Let's go back to the page for this. So to get this, you can easily click on the so you see it is telling me transform all symbol, basically they meant all string, to a selected string into capital. So it is going to return the capital form of whatever you pass down. Then what is it returning? In case of success, it returns true. That means if the conversion was successful, it will return true. Otherwise, it will return false. So you don't have to reassign whatever value it returns. You don't have to reassign it to your variable that contains that string. I hope you understand. So that is how to use this function. So this is another way to know if you should reassign the results um, to the value. So just like we use the math maximum and minimum, you see we were able to reassign the result to a variable. Meanwhile, and that is because it returns the maximum or the minimum. And for this, it returns if it was successful or not. So we don't have to reassign it to that variable. So I hope I'm communicating. Please, um, each time you look into how to use a function, also notice the return value. What is it returning? So that we determine how to use the function. We also have another one, string to lower, right? Let me remove this. So, but let's quickly run this before we do that. To upper. So now we return false. We return this. You see, it will give us something bad, and that's because we are reassigning this value. We are reassigning if it was successful or not back to name, which is wrong. So, well, let's quickly look at that. My name is. So let me save and compile. So you see, it is telling me my name is true. That means it was successful in converting my name to uppercase, because I'm logically wrong, because I am reassigning the success in back into the variable, which is wrong. So what I should have done is I should have returned nothing, or just assign it to something maybe result. So I'm only interested in the converted name. So I don't need this. So I can just save and compile. Now it is going to convert all of this into capital case. So let's say that, you see, my name is DAC Dark. Then it is in capital case, right? So let me state this again. Please try as much as possible to know what the value, the function you are trying to implement, the inbuilt function you're trying to implement. Try to know what it is returning. It's either you know this by noticing the two tips as you type in the function. Just like we were typing this, as I was typing my name, as I was typing the argument for the function. So it was telling me that it is going to return a boolean. So let's assume it is telling me that it is going to return a string. That means, yes, it is the right thing for me to do is to reassign it. So not like that. The right thing for me to do is to reassign it like this. So let's look into another function. So now there's another function called find. So what this does is it takes in basically two, sometimes one. So it takes in the string, the main text. Then what do you intend to look for in that text? For example, if I'm looking through my name, does my name contain D? Does my name contain Z? Does my name contain let's say a particular word? So that is the essence of having a string. So now another thing you should check is, what does this function returns? So it returns the position of that string, and if the string does not exist, it will return -1. So that is the meaning of this. So you should, like I said, you should be very 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 aware of what the function you are trying to use is returning. So let's quickly use this. So now let's assume I have dark, right? Then I want to check the position of something. Let me just say position. Then I want to check string find. Now you see it is returning int, which is the position, right? Integer. Then now it is taking in the string value, which is my name. Then it is checking in the match value. What do I want to check? What do I want to look for? So let's say assume I'm looking for A. Then position, you see by default you can leave it empty. That is why you have the equal to. So that, because by default it is 0, that means you should start looking for this position from the first position, from the first letter down to the right. So that is what it means. So if I have a starting position in mind. Let's say I want you to start from the first value, the second value, that would be 1. So in computer science or programming, the counting is usually 0. So please always note that the counting in programming is usually 0. So this 0 means the first character, then the 1 means the second character, and so on to the right hand side. So I want it to start from the beginning, right? So now I need to know the position of A in my um in my name. So now okay, we can just leave this description, then we save and compile. So intuitively, this is 0, this D is in position 0, and this is in position 1. So we are expecting the result to be 1. Here you see, here you go, we have 1. Now what if I decide to look for something that does not exist in my name? Let's say I intend to look for I. So what will be the return value? So according to the documentation, the return value will be -1. That means it's not found. So let's save and compile so we see that. So here you see it returns -1. So that is how to use string find in MQL5. So like I said, there are a lot of functions. So I won't be going through all the functions, but please try as much as possible to go through this documentation so you get familiar, or you are aware of the availability. You don't need to memorize everything or memorize the words. So you can always come back to documentation whenever you need them. But try as much as possible not to memorize them before you learn to use them. So just be aware that they exist so that you won't write the logic that you can easily have an inbuilt function do for you. So just be aware. So like for this, let's assume we have a string that contains a lot of space on the left hand side. For example, this example made on the documentation. So what this will do is it will remove this string and just start from, it will remove this space and it will just start from A, which is the all. So that is the function of this. So for this, it will remove the space on the right hand side, you see, at the end. So that's the meaning. It will trim whatever space it's at the right hand side. So that's the function of that. So like I said, depends on what you're trying to, the problem you're trying to solve. So you can also replace a particular substring, a particular character or string in the main string, right? So it will return the number of replacements that was done. So you can just try to go through this and be aware of their existence. So like I said, you don't have to memorize everything. So in the next lecture, we talk about how you can define your own function, because we have been using functions built by MQL5, but sometimes the logic you intend to use does not exist in MQL5. So what you do is you invent your own logic, you write your own logic. See you in the next lecture. Hello, welcome back. So we've been looking into how to use inbuilt functions, or let me say little portion of inbuilt functions that exist in MQL5. So now it is time to build our own function so that we will be able to manipulate our own logic, do what we want. So now, first thing, we need to understand the structure of functions. So when you want to define a function, there are some things you should specify. So the first thing you need to specify is what is your function returning. So I'll quickly write the structure. So return type of the function, right? Then what is the name of the function? Function name, right? So you put brackets, right? So then return, or parameter type and parameter name. So if you want more parameters, let's say parameter 1. So if you want more parameters, you can always put that. Then parameter name 2, and so on. So then you have a curly brace. then your statements, whatever you want, the logic, or let me say the function logic. So this is where the function logic will be. So now, if your function is returning something apart from void, so you need to return that thing at the end of your function or at any part of your logic, but it is mandatory you return something at the end in case that part of your logic doesn't get executed. So you need to always close on end your function with the return type, like something that is relative to the return type. So in the case where you have void, so you don't need this. So let's assume your return type for the function is void, so you don't need this return type. But in the case where it is maybe a data type like int, integer, string, double, float, so you need to return something at the end of your function. So that is how you define a function. So I understand these things are hard to understand, but please do not try to memorize this. I am only trying to tell you the structure of a function. So now, let's come again. You need to plan it, right? Then what do you intend to return for your function? For example, you notice some function return integer, some function return boolean, some function return string, some function return double. So now, what do you want to return after the execution of that function? When your function is called, what do you want to return? Then you need to specify the function name so that you can what name or identifier do you want to use in referencing your function. Then you need to state if you want to take in some values. So do you want to take in value for your function? If yes, you need to first specify the parameter type. Let's say the first parameter. What type do you want? Do you want to take an integer for the first parameter, or a string, or a double? Then you state the parameter name. So if you want a second parameter, do you want, I mean, what should be the parameter type? Should it be a string? Should it be an integer? Should it be a float, a double? Then the parameter name as well. Then you write your logic and your return type. So now, enough of this explanation. Let's quickly look at how to get this done. So before I delete this, let's quickly look at the structure. So let's say we want to create a function that adds two numbers. So it takes in two numbers, then it adds them. It adds the number together. Then it returns the value of the summation. So that means we expect our number to either be an integer or a double. So in the case where you strictly want the values to be, the argument, when you want the argument to be an integer, so that means you don't you are expecting the result to be an integer. Basically, it's like a standard in mathematics. When you sum up two integers, of course you get an integer. So I think it's part of abstract math. I am not sure. So, but you don't have to know that. I'm just because these things are intuitive. So when you, for example, when each time you sum up two whole numbers, you will always get a whole number as an answer, right? So, but when you start implementing fraction or decimal, then you might start having a floating number or decimal. Double. So now, in our case, we are expecting any number. So you can decide to put in 2.5. You can decide to put in 7. So now that means we are expecting the result to not just be an integer every time. So our result is most likely going to be a double, right? Then what should be our function name? Let's say add two numbers, right? So now we need a parent so we need a bracket, right? Then next thing is, what are the parameters we are expecting? We are expecting two numbers, right? So now the first number, what should be the data type of the first number? Do I want a string? No. Do I want an integer? Integer would have been good, but what if I want a fraction, a decimal? It won't work for me, right? So the best thing is to use a double. So I need to say the first parameters data type is double, then I'll call it value 1 or number 1. You can name it whatever you want, number 1. Then you put comma. Then your next parameter, what data type should it be? Should it also be an integer? No. And that is because if it's an integer, in the case where you want to provide, let's say, you want to sum up maybe 14 plus 5.5, so that means you'll be rounding your number, your 5.5 to 5, which will make it have logical error or maths problem. So the best thing is to leave it as double. So then what is the parameter name? We call it number 2. And like I said, you can name it anything. Then the next thing is you have your curly brace to give a to give the block range for that function. Then your function logic. So what should be our function logic? We want to get the summation of this parameter and this parameter, which is number 1 and number 2. Then you want to assign it to a value. So now, like I said, we are expecting either an integer or a double. So, and when you had two numbers, let's say you had two integer, it will give you one integer, right? If you had two double, it will give you one double, right? So the best thing is, since you are expecting a double, why not just have your result in double instead of an integer? So double equals, let's say, my result. I'll call it result. So I'm recall from previous lectures. So this is, if this is a declaration of a variable, right? And immediately I am initializing it by doing this logic, which is number. So that means whatever value is coming from when this function is called, plus number 2, right? Then semicolon. So that is my logic. So I want to get two values. The first value, we have a variable name of number 1. The second one, we have variable name of number 2. Then I want to sum up the number, then assign whatever value result I get, assign it to a variable name called result. Then now I want to return something, and what I want to return is the result of this logic, right? So now one of the preparation for that returning of values is by stating that I want to return a double each time this function is called, or try to be whenever someone tries to use a function. So this is what will be the result. The result data type will be a double. So now you say return result, then you have a semicolon. So that is my function. Each time you see this, you realize that okay, it is returning a double, it is returning a number that is most likely a floating number, right? Then it is taking two parameters. The first one is called number 1, and it is the data type for the number, for the variable, for the parameter is double. The data type for the second one is also double. Then what the function is doing is it is summing the two values, then it is assigning that result to this variable. Then I am returning this variable, which is most likely is a double. In fact, it is definitely a double. So I am good to go, right? So I can easily save this and compile. Yes, we are going to jump into an error even if I've not opened my toolbox. And can you guess why? Alright, it's because I failed to comment this out or delete it. So let me quickly, let me comment it out instead. So now, so before I do that, you see I have this error. So that now that I've commented out, I can easily save and compile again. So that is it. So now, if I am to run this script, trust me, it won't. I will get results from the previous lecture, and that is because a function have two life cycle. It is the first life cycle is defining the function, states the logic the function is doing, what it is returning, the value it's expecting. That is the first life cycle. The second one is you calling it, you using it. So what I should do is that I should have an alert, right, that takes in um that returns something that says I want to use this function called add two numbers. So now, since I have my function here, right, MQL5 now understand that this is a function, and it is this is the name of the function, and it is expecting two arguments, the first number and the second number. So now let me call this add, then I'll open my braces, right? Then I'll say, let's say 7 and 9. Then I'll close. So now let's save and compile. So you see, it's giving me 16 because 7 and 9 is 7 plus 9 will give you 16. So let's say we want to add up 18 and let's say 2. We save and we compile. So you see, it gives 20. So that is how to implement a function. So now, let's say I want to add up 2.5 and 2. Let's save and we compile. Yeah, it gives us 4.5, which is right. So now imagine that we've stated that our return value should be an integer. What do you expect the value to be? The value will no longer be 4.5 because what I'm now returning will always be considered as an integer, will always be typecasted or converted to an integer. So which will most likely lead to a logical error. So like I said, you should be aware of what you wish to return, the right data type you wish to return in your logic. So save and recompile. You see, it is giving us 4. Meanwhile, 2.5 plus 2 should give us 4.5. And this is because we are returning an integer instead of a double or a floating number. So now, let's assume this is actually right. But in my summation, this particular variable I'm assigning the summation or the logic to, let's say it is the one who is returning integer. So there is where the problem will come. So it will have lost the decimal numbers over here, then return only the integer, the whole number. So let's do that again. Here you go. So it is returning a double, but it has lost the right decimal number, which should have been 5. So you should be very careful when you are naming your data type. So be very precise that, okay, this is what I want, so that you won't lose some information in between your logic. So now, in the next lecture, we write further functions like how to know if a number is odd number. Yes, I understand that might not be that might not be used in a real case in our main aim, which is creation of an EA or an indicator. But to get you familiar with how to write function, so we need to do that. Then in the next lecture, we look into how a function that tells us if a candle is bullish or bearish. So first, we need to get familiar with functions. So in the next lecture, we'll look into writing a function that checks if a value is an odd number or an even number. So see you in the next lecture. So welcome back. So in this lecture, we'll be looking into checking if a number is an odd number or an even number. So first off, please try as much as possible to practice writing down your logic or your algorithm, your plan before you start writing your code, because this will help you in solving the problem first by hand before you consider writing the code in real life. So now let's quickly look at how to write a function. So we write a function that checks if a number is an odd number or an even number. So the question is, what is an odd number? What is an even number? We need to ask ourselves question before we can write an algorithm or think of a logic to a problem. So now, intuitively, or let me say, I believe you must have guessed it, that this is the point where we use modulo, right? I mean that arithmetic operation that I mentioned the other time. So um, I want to be sure you now have a clue of how to define a function. So I'll take this out. Then since you probably won't need this, so I'll just take this out. So now, another thing we should ask ourselves is what should be our return value? What are we returning? So now, we are trying to check if a number is even or not. So if a number is not even, then it is odd. If it is not odd, then it is even. That is it, because there are only two type of case in that scenario. So it is a number is either even or odd. So now that means we can easily do a boolean. It can just our function can return true or false. So boolean, then let's say is my number even, right? So you can name it any name. So basically the type of name you also choose must align with, let me quickly comment this out. The type of name you choose must align with MQL5 criteria. So when naming your variable or your function, so you be sure that you are starting with either a small letter or a capital letter, but or an underscore. For example, you can go like, is my number an even number? An even number. You can do this, it is correct. Even for your variable, it is correct. So you can also remove this. You can decide to start with I. You can decide to start with a lowercase, but it is not allowed to start with a number for a variable name and for your function. It is not allowed. It is not allowed. So also, it is not allowed to use any other character, maybe like this, or like this, or like this. No, it's not allowed. So what you should do is either choose a variable name that starts with a lowercase, a uppercase, or an underscore. So that is the naming criteria for variables and functions. So now let's quickly go back. So now this is my name. This is the name I'm choosing. So I'll have my brackets. Then what are the values that I'm expecting? I'm only expecting one. I only want just one number. Then is the number I'm expecting, is it an integer or a double? So in this case, people will most likely want to ask for people most likely want to ask for an integer, but for safety's sake, so you should expect a double. So I mean, you should prepare for a double. So now what should be the variable name? I can easily say value, right? So try as much as possible to make it something people or even you, whenever you are implementing your function again, maybe after years of writing it, you can always understand what the parameters is, or what the function is expecting. So the parameter name should be should be um should be easy to understand as well. Else, when you forget what the function is doing or what the parameters is doing, you might have difficulty understanding it. So it's best you give a good name. Don't just give a random name like me. So now the next thing is you have your curly brace, right? Then you write your logic. What do you want to do? So let's say you are expecting a result, right? So what result are you expecting? So we are expecting an integer. So you want to know if when you divide your value by 2, you want to know if it is going to return 0 or 1. So now let's say your response, I will say response in this case, response. I'm naming it whatever I want. So don't be like me though. In this manner. So now you want to do something called modulo, right? So you want to take your value, then you want to divide it by 2. Let me put space. So you want to take your value, you want to divide it by 2. Then you want to get the remainder. So when you divide, let's say 5 by 2, what will be the remainder? 5 by 2, 5 divided by 2 will give 2, remainder 1. So the remainder will be registered here. So the remainder is always an integer, which is why I am expecting an integer. So it is right doing that. So then I want to check. Then I want to return a boolean, right? So that means I must perform a logic. So is response equals to 0? I don't know if you understand, if you remember this logical operator we discussed in the last lecture, in the last few lectures. So if after doing this operation, after dividing my value by 2 and I get the remainder, if the response, the remainder that I get, okay, let me call this remainder. I don't know if I can spell remainder. I'm sorry, I can't spell remainder. So let's just use this. I will assume I'm correct. So I'll say if the remainder is 0, that means the value is an even number. So in the case where the remainder is not 0, that means the remainder is 1. That means I am I'm dealing with an odd number, right? So now let's quickly check if this is right. So I will have to remove this since we no longer have this kind of function. So I will use this. Is my number even? Yes. So now what value should we check first? So let's check for 4. Then let's save and compile. So please try as much as possible to always have your toolbox on so that you see possible errors. So now it is telling me that illegal use of this. So I don't want to bother you with the cause of this. So now there is an alternative for this to make this go away, because sometimes there's some things that are a little bit different even if you have a programming background. So the best thing is to go for an alternative. For example, this is not the only one with the problem. So in the case where you have let's say um, exponents, so you always jump into an issue with exponent, but this, it won't be a syntax error, to be a logical error. So exponent in MQL5 is quite different. So now the alternative, we look into that. Also, when you are dividing by, when you are using this division, sometimes you also get a problem. You get into a problem where the result will be an integer instead. So you should be aware of this. That is one of the reasons why you should learn to use logging to determine where your problem is coming from. So now, like I promised, the other alternative is by using a math function called math mode. So you can look it up on documentation. So what it takes is, it takes the first value, then what do you want to divide it by? So I want to divide by 2. So that is it, mass modulo. So it is just mode, not modulo. So here we should be good to go. Then we save and we compile. Now we have no error, so we can go ahead. So when we save, so you see it's telling me true. That means my value is true, is truly an even number. So now let's quickly check for, let's say 19. Let's save and compile. You see, it is telling me false because 19 is not an even number. So that is that about that is another function. So now we've learned how to write another function, right? So we've brushed through our knowledge on how to write function. Then we now know about math mode. So I implore you to implement math mode instead of using the modulo sign, the percentage sign. So in the next lecture, we look into how to write a function that determines if the candle is bullish or bearish, right? So see you in the next lecture. All right, so far we've been writing functions, so it's time to write a valuable function that we can possibly use in our later projects. So now this function will test if the particular candle index is a bullish candle or a bearish candle. So now there's no built-in functions that I know of actually that can help you do this automatically. So you have to do it yourself. So we need to check if it is a bullish candle or not. So let's say bull. So what we are expecting, a true or false? Yes, is my candle bullish? Bullish. So you can also do this. You can separate like this. So it depends on your choice. You can also do this to write for your function name or your variable name. So now, what do you expect? There are a lot of candles on the chart, right? So now, which of the candle do you want? Let's quickly go back to the chart. So you see, we have this candle, we have this candle, there are a lot of candles there. So which candle do you want to check for? So by default, and like I mentioned in one of the previous lecture, counting in programming generally starts with 0. So now, let me take this to this particular candle, the current one, which is forming, is on index 0. So it is considered as 0th candle. So this one is considered as 1. Then this is considered as 2, 3, 4, 5. So if you want to reference the 5th candle, you'll be referencing the 4 index. So that will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. So even if you try to click here and start counting with your arrow, you will notice this is telling me the 4 bar. Meanwhile, it is actually the 5th bar, right? In the human form, human language. But to them, or to the computer, it is the 4th bar, or let me say the 4 bar. So index, it is like I said, the counting starts with 0. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if I'm to reference the index, the candle with index 0 and 5, this is what I'll get, because this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that is that on how to reference candle. So now we need to take in our parameter what candle we want to check, if it's bullish or bearish. So let's go back to our editor. What index? So we are expecting an integer, right? So integer, so we can say index or shift. It's also called shift, or let's get used to using shift for now. Then our curly braces. Now the next thing we need to do is, how do we determine if the candle is bullish or bearish? It's as simple as possible. So now, if the close price of the candle is above the open price, then it is bullish. If the close price of the candle is below the candle the open price, then it is bearish. So let me quickly show you that. So in one of the previous lectures, I mentioned this as well. So now, this case, you notice the tooltip is bringing up something showing the close price, the opening price. So you notice that this candle, it is a bearish candle, because the opening price is higher than the closing price. In reverse, the closing price is lower, so it is a bearish candle. So in this case, you see that the closing price is higher, saying that it is a bullish candle. So if you are used to trading, you should be familiar with this. So now that is our logic. That is where that is our entry point. That is what we use in writing our logic. So the moment the closing price is above the opening price, then we know that we are dealing with a bullish candle, right? So now let's quickly go back there. The first thing we need to do is we need to know the closing price. So we define a function, right? We define a variable called close. So let me say closing price, or say close price, right? I'm sorry, I can't type today. So now the next thing is, how do we get the closing price? In MQL5, there is an inbuilt function. Yes, thank you, MQL5. So there's an inbuilt function that can help you get the close price of a particular candle index that you specify. So now let's see, how do you get that? You can easily go back to your documentation and type close price in MQL5, and surely you get a result. So now I don't need to do that because I already know what it is. So this is how you write the function. The function name is iClose. So now you can see that the function is returning a double. So that is why I'm storing the return value in as double as well. So in the case where you mistakenly return an integer, meanwhile your function is returning a double, automatically you will most likely have a logical error. So you see that the value you are getting is always returned as a whole number. So now it is also expecting something from us, just like it's expecting an argument from us, right? So now you will realize that I've been using something interchangeably, not really interchangeably, but I've being careful. So there's something called parameters, there's something called arguments. So now when you say a parameter, that means when you are defining the function, what do you expect? So now when you are calling the function, what should you give? So when you are defining the function, when you are creating the function, it is called parameter. When you are using the function and whatever value it is expecting is called argument. So in this case, these are considered as parameter. But in the previous lecture where we wrote this function, this is the argument, because when you are calling it and you are specifying the values, those values are the arguments. So this it is a parameter here, but when you are using it, it is now an argument. So for example, now that I'm using this close function, whatever I pass in here will be an argument. So you can actually use it interchangeably, but to be professional about it, the parameter is the value you are expecting when you are defining the function, while the argument is the value you are to state to implement the function. So I mean the value you are to provide when you are implementing the function. So now, what are the arguments required? So the first thing is it is expecting the symbol. So what symbol should I look through? That is what it is asking us. So we want the current symbol. So we can easily hard code this and put BTC USD. So we can easily hard code this, but that's very bad. So now one of the functions that MQL5 provide for us is symbol. So here you see symbol, and what does it expect? It is expecting nothing, so that is why it is void, right? What is it returning? It is returning string, which is this kind of thing where it will tell us the current instruments on that chart we are having our tools on. So if you want to get the symbol or the instrument you are applying your EA or your indicator or your scripts on, then you should call this function and it will tell you. So now instead of typing this, we should say symbol, right? So now we've implemented, now we are more like implementing the second inbuilt function. Thank you MQL5 once again. So now comma, then what is the next thing? Okay, before we do that, you realize that after that it is actually expecting three things from us. So we've specified the first one, which is the symbol. The symbol we want to check the close candle for. Then the next thing is what time frame, because we have different time frame in MQ in trading, and like I stated in the Forex basics, you need to specify the time frame you want to check. So now there are when you want to check for the current time frame, there is one called period underscore current. This is it. So let's assume you are interested in the 1 hour candle, so it will be the 1 hour. So if you are interested in the daily candle, it will be this, and if you are interested in the 5-minute candle, it will be this. So but by default, the moment I put in my comma, like I'm prepared to go for the next parameter, then it is telling me that what time frame. So these are the valid options for this argument. So now let's say I want the current time frame. So because my time frame might change, so I want the current time frame. So in the case where I change my time frame, it will automatically read the current time frame. So my current time frame, comma. Now, what candle index are you interested in? That is why we have this parameter. So now we can easily state that, don't worry, whoever want to implement this function will state the index. So it's also called shift. So you notice that MQL5 also use shift often. So that is why I said we should get used to using shift as well, so that you prompt our user, or even we prompt ourselves to understanding that, okay, you can actually use any name like I said, but so try as much as possible to use name that you can always remember, or it is intuitive, you know what it is doing. So now that is how to get the close price. So automatically it should be easy getting the open price. So let's say open price. So we have I open, and this also wants a string for the chart instrument you want. So we can always get the charts symbol, then the chart's current time frame, then what position of the candle are we interested in, the shift. So that means I'm not just saying I want the second candle, I want the second candle, because the whoever wants to implement, or when time I want to implement my candle next, I mean my function next, I don't want to be to always have to change this value. So I can always change the value each time I call my function. So now what do we do next? So we can always say return close, check if close price is greater than open price. So it is as simple as that. So the moment it checks, it get the close price, it get the open price, and it sees that my close price is above my open price, it is going to return true. That means, is my candle bullish? Yes, it is. So that is what it means. So now let's quickly use this. So is my candle bullish? So it is expecting me to state the index of the candle I want to check for. So let's say I want to check for the second candle, not the recent. So the second candle. So let's save. I will compile. Okay, we have no error. So now, intuitively, this is not bullish. So we are expecting a false. So yes, we have false. So now let's quickly check for, let's say this bar, or let's quickly check for this bar first. So this is index 2 because this is 0, 1, 2. So let's quickly check if this candle is bullish or not. So now all we need to do is change this to 2. So we save and compile. So we run our script and it says true, and that is because this is truly bullish. That is how we check if a candle is bullish or not. So in the next lecture, we'll write a function to check if a candle is an engulfing candle or not. So see you in the next lecture. So welcome back. In this lecture, we'll be looking into writing a function that determines if a candle is an engulfing candle. So now, what is an engulfing candle? An engulfing candle is a pattern usually formed by two different candles, where the one on the right hand side have a body that overshadows the one on the left hand side, just like this. So you have a big candle, then you have a smaller candle. It doesn't have to be too so small, but it has to, this the one on the right hand side has to be bigger than the one on the left hand side. So that is an engulfing candle. So now there are two type of, or two class of engulfing candle. It can be bullish engulfing candle or bearish engulfing candle. So a bullish engulfing candle is the pattern in which the candle on the right hand side is bullish. So that means the closing price close above the opening price. So this makes this pattern a bullish engulfing candle. So in the case of a bearish engulfing candle, the candle on the right hand side is the bearish candle. So that means the candle close below the opening price. So for example, this is an example of a bearish engulfing candle. So we have this bearish candle and we have this bullish candle. So you see this, the body of this candle is bigger and is enough to overshadow this candle, which is the bullish candle. So this is an example, a good example of a bearish engulfing candle. So now this is an example of a bullish engulfing candle. So you see this green candle, or let me say this bullish candle, you see it is overshadowing this bearish candle, so that makes it a bullish engulfing candle. So how do we determine if a candle pattern is bullish engulfing candle or not, or if a candle pattern is bearish engulfing candle or not? So as a trader, sometimes you want to position our entry at some patterns like bullish engulfing candle, pin bar, dragonfly, different patterns based on your trading style. So now Since we are learning about how to write our own functions, so one of the things we'll be looking into is how to write a candlestick pattern, like bullish engulfing candlestick pattern. So in this lecture, we will look into how to determine if a pattern is bullish engulfing candle or not. The question we need to ask ourselves when writing a function is, what are we returning? Okay, like I mentioned few seconds ago, I said we will be returning if it is a bullish engulfing candle or not. So for the bearish pattern, I after this lecture I will advise you to go through how to write a function to check if it is a bearish engulfing candle. So but you need to watch how I'm doing mine for bullish engulfing candle, so you practice on your hand on writing for bearish engulfing candle. So now we are interested in returning yes or no, I mean boolean. So here we are interested in returning true if the pattern is bullish engulfing candle, then false if it is not. So that means the returning type for our function will be boolean, right? So now what it should be the name of our function? Okay, let's do is bullish engulfing. So then we put our bracket. So now what are we taking in? Like I mentioned in the previous lecture, so we need to be specific on which part and which position we are looking at, which candle should we focus on. So we need to specify the shift, right? We need to specify the shift. Then now how do we go about it? What is a bullish engulfing candle? What makes two candle an engulfing candle, especially in the bullish manner? So now let's go back to the picture from baby pips. So now this picture is telling us that bullish candle closes above previous candles open. That is, this is the close of this candle, and it should definitely close above the previous open. First off, we need to confirm that this is a bullish candle and this is a bearish candle. Candle shift should be a bullish candle. Candle shift plus 1 should be a bearish candle. So now I'm saying plus 1, and that is because remember I said this is index 0, candle 0, this is 1, this is 2. So what do you think this should be? That should be 3, right? So because it's counting starts from 0 and to the left, so you increase by 1. So if I'm to check for this, let's assume this is candle, let's see what candle number it is. So this is candle bar 24, right, of index 24. Automatically we know that this is 25, so that is why I'm saying plus 1. When we are looking for bullish engulfing pattern, so we know that the first candle, the candle on the right hand must be bullish and the one on the left must be bearish, right? So now the second criteria according to the picture is that the close of shift should be above open of shift plus 1, right? So that's another thing. So the next thing is the open of this bullish candle must be lower than the previous candle's close. That is, the open of shift should be lower than the close of shift plus 1 candle shift plus. Let's put candle to make it more readable or understandable. So we can actually go further to say, okay, the wick here, I mean the low of this candle must be lower than the low of this candle, but that's not always the case. That will only make us miss out patterns. We can just stick to, okay, just engulf the previous candle and that should be fine. So like I said, you can go as low as, okay, the low of this candle must be lower than this and the high of this candle must be higher than this. So you can also do that from your hand. Before you get into writing your script, you must try as much as possible to break down the problem or write the problem by hand before you get into writing the script. So that is what I've tried to do. I've tried to understand the problem. So I've tried to break down the problem into pieces so I can easily write my script. So now the next thing we should look into is, now what are the things I need in this function? So one of the things that I can derive from this is that I need to know if a candle is bullish or not. How do I do that? I can easily um, reuse my function which we created in the previous lecture, but unfortunately I've deleted it. In case you've not, you can reuse it. But another way to do it, I can easily redo. And to redo, all I need is I need the close of the current candle. So how do I get that close? I have typed close, right? Sorry, I can't really type this morning. So now then I need to tell it the time frame to look at. So I only want the current time frame. So adapt. I'm telling it to adapt, right? Then what position are you looking into? So just shift whatever is provided, right? Then I need the open of that candle, right? So open, shift. Now with that I can determine if this is bullish or not. I mean the candle on the shift, I can determine if it is bullish or not. So I need to know about the previous candle as well. So automatically I need to know of shift plus 1, right? So now I can say close 2. Since I already have this variable name here, so I don't need to say close. I can, I need to make it different, else there will be an error, a syntax error. So I need for shift plus 1, right? Then I also need the open of the previous candle as well, plus 1. So that is it. So now I need I need to do some logic. First I need to check that this close is above open. That means I need to check that the candle on the right hand side is bullish. Then I need to check that the candle on the left hand side is bearish. That means the close is lower than the opening price, right? So now what else do I need to check? Now I've checked this, I've checked this. Then I need to check if the close of the shift of the one on the right hand side, the shift candle, is above the open of the shift plus plus, the one on the left hand side, right? So that is this. Then the last one is I need to check if the open of the candle on the right hand side is below the close of the candle on the left hand side. So now that is what I need to check. But is this correct? No, it is not correct. And that is because I need to either assign this to a variable, then return that variable like this. So now I need to return I need to assign it to a variable, right? So what should be the data type of the variable? So in our case, intuitively it is a boolean, right? So you can say result then equal to. So automatically whatever, when these conditions are met, the value of this will be true. Then the moment one of it is false, then the value of this will be false. So then I can easily return result. So automatically my function is ready. Another way you can write this is you can just return this directly. You can just return this, so you get this, you can get rid of this. So you can return this and you'll be fine. So now one process is defining your function, the second one is utilizing the function. So we need to utilize this function, right? So now, is bullish engulfing? Let's check for candle 1. So let's see if it is engulfing or not. Let's save and we compile. So let's check if we have an error. Okay, we have zero error, so we can move forward. We are trying to target index 1 and this is 0, right? Is this pattern, this two candle, are this bullish engulfing candle? No. First, because this is a bullish candle, yes, that's valid, but this is also a bullish candle, and two bullish candle or two bearish candle do not mix an engulfing candle. So they have to be opposite candles. So automatically we should be expecting false. So sorry, let me close all of this. Yes, so we are getting false. So now remember we spotted one pattern here, right? Which we assume it is a bearish engulfing candle. But we are only interested in bullish engulfing candle, so that's not valid. But this is one of the bullish engulfing candle we have on this chart. So we need to know the index of this bar, right? All you need to do is come here, right? Or you press Ctrl F, and if you're on MacBook, you can use Command F. So you get these two, then you start from here, which is index 0. So make sure you start from the candle that is currently forming, then you drag to the position you want to check the index. So you see the two is carrying a lot of details, and one of the details it is carrying on the from looking from the left hand side, it is carrying the price we are currently pointing at. You can see it is changing as I move. So then it is also carrying the index of that bar. So currently we are on bar 35. So you see if I move to the right hand side, it will change to 34. See, here you go, 34, 35. If you move to the right, it's increase. See, so basically we are on index 35. So if we have to call our function and we tell it, okay, look into index 35. Is it a bullish engulfing candle? Then it will look into this. First check if this is a bullish candle. If true, it will move. If this is a bearish candle, if true, then it will check if this candle closes above the opening of this candle and the opening of this candle closes below the close of this candle, just like our logic. So let's quickly check that. Since we have compiled, all we need to do is add our script to the chart, right? So you can drag and drop as usual, then or double click. So now it is telling us false. Why? Because we still have it pointing at the wrong index. So remember this is 35, right? So let's quickly point at that index. So now this is 35. We save and we compile. Then now we have true. So it is telling us that this particular pattern is a bullish engulfing candle. So what we can do is we can also scan through the whole chart, starting from index 0 or index 1. Then we look for the nearest engulfing candle. So that's another thing we can do. One time I created an indicator that scan through the whole chart, all the time frames, and tell the nearest bullish engulfing candlestick or bearish engulfing candlestick, just like this. So um this is the the indicator I'm talking about. So when we move to the indicator section where you look at how to write your own indicator, you can also come around to practice this. So you check this out, you try it on your own, you see if you can also replicate this, then you can move from there. So now we now to write a function that checks if a candle is a bullish engulfing candle. So from your hand, before you move to the next lecture, try as much as possible to write if a pattern is a bearish engulfing candle. So we've done for bullish, you do for bearish from your hand before you move to the next lecture, at least for practice sake, because to get good at doing this you need to practice as much as possible. So please, before you move to the next lecture, try as much as possible to try that on your own. Then in the next lecture we look into creating a function that calculates the lot size based on your account balance. For example, let's say you want to trade 0.01 per 1000 balance. So if you have 5,000 balance, automatically you'll be trading 0.05. So if you have 6,500, that means you'll be trading 0.06. You'll be ignoring the 500. So in the next lecture, we'll look at that. Then in the future video, we'll be looking at how to calculate your lot size based on risk base. So that's more in depth. That is why I'm not touching that for now. So, but I promise in the next lecture we'll be looking at that. So see you in the next lecture. Hello, welcome back. So in this lecture we'll be looking into calculating lot size based on your account balance. So for example, when you have $1,000 in your balance, so you want to risk 0.01 lot size volume for your trade, so, or per trade. So now that means if you have 10,000, you want to risk 0.1. You want to trade with 0.1. So that is what it means. So now how do you automate this? So now first we get rid of this, then we write our function. So now what are we expecting as the return type? In this case, we are returning a double, a floating number, right? So we write double, then what should be the name of our function? So calculate lot size. Then should it get a value? Okay, maybe. So let's say the first value should be the amount, then lot size that you assign to that amount, like a template. So now we need to get our account balance. So balance, how do we get our account balance? I'm very sure you can guess it. So there are some inbuilt functions in MQL5 that allows us to have access to account details and every other thing, like the chart details, things like that. So one of the function is account info double. So basically account info function are usually three. There are three. They're like three class. So the first one, you can get anything related to a floating, that is a floating number, that is a double. So you can get anything that is an integer, that is a whole number, or a string. For example, for the double, you can get your account balance, you can get your equity. So for this integer, you can get your account login, account number. So for your string, you can get your broker's name. So things like that. So later in the video we look into account info in details, but briefly let's quickly use one of the functions. So now we are interested in a value that returns double, right? So for example, the balance is usually in double, like 1000.40, right? So that is a floating number. So we're interested in info. So I can easily type enter and it will pick that up. So now these are the options available for the account info double on MQL5. So you can go through these options to see your possibility. So now what we are interested in is in the balance, right? So account balance, then semicolon. So you can see the edge of having MetaEditor as your editor. It gives you prompts. So now what do we need to do? We need to know how many of this amount we can get from this balance, right? How do we do that? So we can easily do that by saying this variable name. So let me just say results to keep it short instead of wasting time thinking. So all I need to do is I need to get this balance, then divide it by the, so I will get the number of this amount I can get in my balance. So for example, if this amount is, let's say, 1000 and my balance is 900, automatically I can't get at least one of this amount in my balance. So it is not valid for me to use to trade on with that particular EA. So these are the things you can, these are the ways you can, this is just one of the ways you can determine your lot size. There are there are other ways based on your strategy. So and in the next few lectures, so we look into writing the function that determines your lot size based on your risks and your account balance in the conventional way later in the tutorial. So now we are moving on. We need to know the amount of number of this. we can get in our balance. Then we need to multiply the result by lot size, right? So we can say, okay, result, we can easily say equals to result times multiply by the lot size. But at the same time, what we can do is we can do this lot size, right? So we can also do that, which means result equals result. So what we are doing is we are taking the previous result, then we are multiplying it by the lot size value. Then what do? We return the result, the total result. So in this case, whenever you provide a value, what it is going to do is going to determine how many of that value you can get from your balance. How many of that value you can get. For example, if you have 7,000 and in your balance, and you are like, oh, how many of 5,000? So that means per 5,000 I want to risk this. So how many 5,000 can you get from 7,001, right? So the value of the results for this will be 1 point, whatever value the decimal point is, right? Then you now multiply by um the lot size. So that is what you'll be getting. So now we need to use this function, right? So let me just take this out. Then it's now prompting us what value. So let's say we are interested in per 1,000, we want to risk 0.01. So we can easily save, compile. We don't have error. Let's check that out. So it is telling me I can risk 0.2629, but of course I can't trade this. I can only trade to the nearest two decimal points, and that is reason why I can do this is because my account balance is 226 is 29,298.36. So automatically it is telling me that if I risk this, I'll still be doing it based on my strategy. But the problem here is that I need to approximate this, because these particular numbers are useless. So now how do we approximate that? The thing we can do is we can easily say normalize double. So it's this normalize function. It is an inbuilt function in MQL5, and so it will help us to round up whatever value we give it. So now we need to specify the result, then in what decimal point. That is why it is asking me in what digit. So now I can easily put 2, right? So I will save and I'll compile. So then I have 0.26. So now it is rounding it up to into two decimal place. So now the problem is that I can't always hard code these two. So what about cases where the broker only allows you to trade in the nearest one decimal place for a particular instrument? How do you know that? Do you need to always come to your function to always change that? No, it doesn't make sense. That is no longer programming. That is now something else, right? So what do we do? Okay, so we can easily write a function that helps us round up our lot size to the right decimal place without us having to hard code it this manner. So what do we do? Let's quickly write another function. So what do we intend to return? We intend to return that same function, just that it is a better form. It is in a better form, right? So now I can say double. So I'm returning a double, then round lot size, right? So now what I will do is that I'll say double, and I'm expecting a value of lot size, and it should be in double, right? So now what do you need to do? You need to do this mathematics. So you need to do this. So I'll take my lot size. So what I need to do, I need to take my lot size, then I'll need to multiply it by my step. I don't know if you remember when we were checking the specification, I talk about steps. So how can you move upward or downward when trying to change your lot size? For example, if I use my on click, so how can you move upward by changing your lot size, or downward? That is the step. So you can see the step for BTC USD on my broker is 0.01, because see currently it is on 0.09. So if I move down, it will move to 0.08. So you see 0.08, 0.1. That means the step of this pair is 0.01. So you can also check the step of this currency by checking the specification, right? So you can see volume step is 0.01. So let's say in the case of US 30, yeah, you see the step is 0.1. So that means it's quite different. So let's confirm that as well. So you see the step is 0.1. So how do you ask for the step? How do you programmatically determine or get the step? So step, and I'm very sure it is returning a double because 0.01 is surely a double. So now the function is symbol info. So now you can see in the prompt it is telling me that I can have this function. There's one available where I can return anything related to a double that I that I expect the return value to be a floating number, a double. I can also have a function that gives me an answer in integer, then in string. There are a lot of things I can possibly return. There is one that can return boolean, true or false. So now I'm interested in boolean. So now looking at the tooltip, it is telling me how to use the function, right? So it is telling me that okay, you need to specify the instrument you're interested in, the symbol or the pair you're interested in. So now, should I hard code it? No, I need to um, tell it that I'm interested in the chart symbol. So how do I do that? So we look at the function called symbol, right? So, and please don't forget your um, parentheses. Then, judging from these two tips, after judging from this prompt, after putting my comma, getting ready for the next parameter, you can see it's telling me that for this function symbol info double, I can also check the ask price, I can check the ask bid, I can check the ask point, I can check the margin details. So now that should give you a clue that okay, these are the things that are available on this particular symbol. So but I am interested in symbol volume step, so I can just click on this and semicolon. Now I can easily do my logic. So let me say results. So I need to get the value for lot size, then divide it by the step. Now I need to round it up. So there is a function called math round. Then later multiply the result by step. So this should automatically round up um my lot size. Then I need to return my result, right? So that is how you round up a lot size. So let's quickly implement this instead of this. So this is only expecting one parameter, so I need to get rid of this since the 2 is being determined by this and it is doing a better logic. So now remember I still have it called, so I can just save and compile. So now you see it is automatically rounding it up to 2 decimal place or relative to my step. So now let's give another example. So in the case where you want to run it on US 30, so of course, so my broker, US 30 only accepts step of 0.1 for US 30. This is it. So you see volume step of 0.1. So you can easily see it here as well. You can see the movement. It is based on 0.1. So now, if we try this function, will it round it up? Can you guess? At least it is rounding it up correctly, right? So that is that for. So now we've written a function that determines the lot size appropriate if we intend to risk a particular lot size per our account balance. So that is that. And also we've written a function that helps us round up um, our lot size. So in later video, we most likely will be using this again. So let me just rearrange this. So I think this will make it better. So let's save and compile to ensure we have no problem. Yeah, you see, we have no problem. But one thing is sure, by the time we try to trade, of course it will be trading 0.3, so it will ignore the 000. So in the next lecture we'll look into more functions. So, and as we go further we look into more functions, because you can't know everything at the time. So I'll just give you little more functions to play with, and see you in the next lecture. Hello, welcome back. One of the functions I'd like to introduce you to is time function in MQL5. So in MQL5, you often need to reference the time. So you should be aware of the time functions that are available on MQL5. So you come to your favorite search engine, then you type in time function in MQL5, then you see this is from mql5.com docs date time. So that is what we are interested in. So let's go there, and judging from the search engine you can see it is telling us that we have a lot of functions available, like time current, time gmt, time local, time to struck, things like that. So it's loaded here, so you can see the actions this can perform. So for example, the time current returns the last known server start time of the last quote receipt in the date time format. So you know what, so that means it is returning the whatever value you want in date time format. So that is what it means. You can see the time trade server, then you can see time local, time gmt, so it returns the gmt in date time. So basically, when you're interested in a particular function, make sure you read about the function before you try to utilize it. Know what it returns, know what it takes in. So for example, let's look into time current to determine the current time. Basically, the function is current, time current, then we put in our parentheses, right? So it will return the date current time known from the server. Then we save and we compile. So let's check that out. So here you go. So it is telling me this is the time. So we also have time GMT. So it is going to tell me the time in GMT, right? So let's save and compile. So here you go. So this is the time in GMT. Meanwhile, this is the server time. So you can go further to read through these other functions to be aware. Like I said, you cannot memorize everything. Just be aware of all of these functions available inbuilt in MQL5. So you can always know when to go for them whenever you have your logic. So now let's quickly move on to the next one. So there is another function called bars. So this helps you to check the number of bars on the chart. For example, let me register. So the number, that means is in form of an whole number, so it should be an integer. So let me just call it bars. The function I bars, you see, I bars, and it is expecting us to specify the instrument we want to look into, the number of bars it has on the chart. So let's say bars, let's say symbol, that means the current chart symbol, then the current time frame, because that is what it's asking us, time frame. Then we close it up, then we say we can just print alert the number given. So we save, then we compile. So here you go. So 5,359. So that is the number of bars on this time frame for this instrument at the moment. So I know I can't count that, but trust me, it is accurate. So now where do you need this? So this is something you use when you are developing your own custom indicator. So in the later lecture where we look at how to create your own custom indicator, we see all of this. So that is that for bars. So lastly, like I said, there are lots, but I can only touch few because of time. So lastly, I will look at one more we are going to use in the nearest future. So now let's say you have a time, so you want to know what candle index this particular time fall in between. For example, this particular candle 25th of November 2025 by 5 p.m. So let's say you have 5 um 5:05. Meanwhile, this is a 1 minute and 1 hour time frame. So, or let's say we have 5:07. So now, how do you check the index, the candle index, a particular time fall in between? So now there's a function called I shift. Like I said, if you currently don't know when to use this until you find yourself um having a logic that needs what's MQL5 provide as an inbuilt function. So, but like I said, you need to be aware of these things. So let's say I call it index and bar shift, I bar shift. It takes in the chart time frame, right? It takes in the, it takes in the chart chart symbol. It takes in the chart time frame. Then it takes in what time are you looking up to. So let's say okay, let's give it a particular time, my time. So let me define this. So I'll say my time. So I'll say D, then I will specify my so let's say 11:25. Then then the time, let's say 02:09. Now close it. Right, so let's say this particular time I want to determine what bar index it falls under. So that is the essence of having this bar shift. So in that case, let's continue. It is telling you that there is another parameter, but it is optional because by default it is false. So I'm not interested in that. So I will just leave it that way since I already provide all the arguments I am interested in. So I can just put my semicolons, else I will have an error. Then I want to state the index that is determined by this function. So I would save and compile. So now this, you can see index 56. So now let's quickly look at that. So now where do you think my candle falls under? So this is 25. Okay, let me zoom a little. So now this is 25 and this is 20. So this is 2 o'clock on the 25th of November. So this is okay. I think I might need to get rid of this so that oh sorry. So going back, so you can see this is 2 o'clock, this is 3 o'clock, and we are on 1 hour time frame. So dragging from this to check the index of that candle, you will see, so it gives me 56, which is the same value specified here. So you can see, so the time I stated is when the 56th candle was being formed. So that is the meaning of I bar. That's the essence of having I bar shift. So please just have it at the back of your mind. You don't have to memorize all of this and how to use them. So just have it at the back of your mind that they exist. So whenever you are interested in any logic that it requires you to use this logic or these functions, then you can go back to your documentation and check it out, and from there you will be able to use it, and with time, as you use more functions, you get used to it automatically. So in the next lecture we look into loops, then we move into how to create our own indicator. Stay with me and see you in the next lecture. Hello, welcome back. So in this lecture we'll be looking at loops. So what are loops? So loops are feature in programming that helps you to go through a particular container. For example, a list of something. So let's assume you have a coin stacked in a container and you want to go through all the coin in that container. So what you need to do is you open up the container either at the top or at the bottom. Then you take out each coin at the entrance or at the um, edge. You take it out one by one. So that is you looking through the container that contains the coin. So MQL5 also provide looping. So, and this is very useful for us when it comes to going through our positions or our orders. Also, it is very important, a key thing when it comes to going through our array. So in the next few lectures, we look into array. But for now, let's focus on loops because that will help us in surviving going through our array list. So now, so in MQL5, we have three types of loops. We have the for loop, we have the while loop, and we have the do while loop. So now, the for loops, all you need to do is initialize, set a condition, then you set your expression. Now, one thing about loops is that it runs under a particular condition. So when the condition is met, it will run, then it will stop running when the condition is no longer valid. For example, let's assume you say do this if there are at least a particular number of positions open, then it will execute. But the moment the criteria is not valid, it won't enter the loop block. So now, there are some things that even if you are inside the loop, so some things can make the loop to stop running. And one of those things are break keyword. So I'm very sure you are familiar with break because we once used it when we were talking about switch. So I'm talking about the same break that we used in the switch lecture. This can be used in jumping out of the loop once a particular condition is also met, because you don't just want to put break anywhere in your loop, so you want it attached to a particular condition. So that's one thing. And another thing we can use in jumping out of the loop is continue. So there's another keyword called continue. Then another thing we can use in getting out of the loop is return. So we are familiar with the return statement. So we are familiar with the return keyword, which we mostly use in our function. So when the return keyword is met, the compiler stop the loops. So the compiler stop the loop, or if it is a function, it stops it immediately. Now I must mention that these keywords that are already taken by MQL5, for example, keywords like double, return, continue, break, they can't be used for variable name or function name. For example, you can't say you want to write you want a variable name that is called return. It won't allow. Let's say return equals, this is not allowed. Or you want to say break is not allowed. So you need, or const, so you need, when you are naming your variable or your function, always note that you should not name your variable or your function a name that is already taken by MQL5. So now, how do you know if a name belongs to MQL5? So one intuitive way of knowing is that once you type the name, you realize that this meta editor, it beautifies our code. So for example, make it blue. It's when I try to name my variable name const, it makes it blue. Let's say return as well. And sometimes you notice that the color should be black, but it is not. Let's say I say digits. This is another taking keyword. So when you are naming your this thing. So when you are naming your variable name or your function, please take note of the um, variable name you are using, making sure that it is not a name that has been taken by MQL5. So another way to know is by getting familiar with the keywords that has been taken by MQL5. For example, you can't use if for a variable name, you can't use for, things like that. So now, in this lecture, among the listed loops that are available for MQL5, in this lecture, we'll be looking at for loop. So now, the question is, how do we write for loop? This is the structure of a for loop. So you start with the keyword for, then you open your bracket, then you put in your initialization, you initialization, then you put in semicolon, then you put in the condition for the loop, then you put in an expression. Usually this is using making sure you move to the next stage of the loop to avoid infinite loop, to avoid having to go through or stay in one place all over again. For example, going around a particular thing again and again without non-stop. So going around a particular bucket non-stop. So to avoid that, you need an expression to to move a step ahead each time you go through each loop. Then you have a curly brace, then you put in whatever logic you want to do each time you are in the loop. For example, so like I said, this is the structure of a for loop in MQL5. So now let's assume, so this will be removed later. So let's assume I want to go through from 0 to 5. So I can easily initialize. So I will declare a variable called high. Then I will initialize with 0 since I'm going from 0 to 5. Then put my semicolon. So I'll put in my condition. I'll say so far I is less than 6 since I intend to print from 0 to 5. So far my I is less than 6. Yes, enter this loop. Then, like I said, the expression is used to move a step further after each loop so that you won't find yourself in an everlasting or never-ending operation. So now I need to move a step further. How do I do that? So I can easily increase the value for high. For example, if I move it one step further by adding 1, let's say the first level of the loop, I equals 0. Then after that, I want to move a step further. I want I to become 1, then I become 2, then I become 3, 4, 5, 6. Then by the time it gets to 6, which makes this invalid, it will stop the loop. So how do I do that to move a step further? So in our operator lecture, we talk about how to increment. So I can easily say I plus plus, then I'll put in my logic, right? So now I have declared a variable and I have initialized. Then I've set up the condition for the loop. So if this condition is not met, so it won't enter this block. So it won't enter this block, right? Then I need to move a step further else. Let's assume I put in a meaningless or unrelated expression, which is not making this value a step further. Yes, I can also put the expression in here, but it's for loop. It's best you put your expression here to move your variable or your initialization to move it further or close to termination, else you end up in an infinite loop. So now I can easily print out something, let's say alert. So I can easily print out I am on, let's say I. So you can guess this will go first. I equals 0. So the first thing will be, is I less than 6? Yes. Then it will say I am on 0, right? Then it will come back here, I plus plus, which means increment I, the variable I, by 1. Then it will make it, this I will then become 1. Is I, which is 1, less than 6? Yes. Then it will enter this block of code saying I am on 1. Then it will come here, increment it again, making I equals 2 until I equals 6, which is no longer valid. So let's quickly see that in action. So I will save this, then I'll compile. So I want to make sure I have no error. So you see, it's telling me I on 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that is that. So let's assume I want to print 6 as well. Can you guess what I should do? Alright, so I don't know if you guess right, but in case you so try to pause the video and try to see what do you think I should do. Okay, if you guess right, so you should have done I is less than or equal to. So by the time I becomes 6, yes, I is less than or equal to 6. It is valid and it will still run this the 6th time, or sorry, the 7th time. And after that, when I becomes incremented and I becomes 7, then it will stop, it will terminate. So let's save and compile. So let's do that again. So you see, starting from here, I should have printed something to demarcate the print. Sorry about that. So I equals 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So that is that. So you can decide to print from 0 to 100. So it's your choice. So that is for loop. So now, let's say you want to print from 0 to 10, but you only want to move 2 steps further. So let's say 0 to 10, okay, equals 10. Then 2 steps further, that means you don't just want to increment by 1. So let's say you want to increment by 2. So let's see that in action. Let's save and compile. Okay, before we do that, so let's print out something to demarcate the from the previous one. So let's save and compile. So run our script. So you can see I am on 0. So when it gets to the second one, which is 1, after running this, instead of incrementing by 1 by doing I plus plus, so we did I plus equals 2, which is increment by 2. So you are not limited to incrementing just by 1. So that is my point. So you can do this, you can increment by 3. You can what all that matters is you move a step up or down so that you get close to termination, or point where the condition is no longer valid, so that you can get out of the loop. Because you find yourself in an infinite loop, that's a problem. You might get into a runtime error or something. So it's necessary for you to move a step close to termination of the condition for the loop. So in the next lecture, we talk about while loop. See you in the next lecture. Hello, welcome back. So in this lecture, we'll be looking into while loop. In the last lecture, we discussed for loop. So in this lecture, we'll be looking into while loop. So now, how is while loop written? So let's quickly take out this. And for while loop, all you need to do is start with y, then you put in your condition, right? Then you put in your curly braces, which is the block of code of that the statement or the logic you want to execute if the condition is valid. So you put in your logic here, or your statement. Let me say your logic. Then that is it. So this is how you declare a while loop in MQL5. So now, what is the difference between while loop and for loop? So in for loop, you initialize within the within the main bracket, right? But in here, you have to initialize outside. So you, let's say I equals 0. Then you put in your condition I less than 6. Then now, how do we move close to termination, or how do you move close to getting this condition becoming false so that we won't end up with an infinite loop? So we won't be trapped in a loop. So then there needs to be a way out of this loop. So how do you get that? So when you are done with your logic, so it is best you include something that will take you a step close to the termination of the condition. So you can put your expression here after the logic. So let's assume I print this. Count is this. So now what happens? Yes, I equals 0. Then it comes here. Is I less than 6? Yes, it is. Then it will run this. Then it will come here and increment the value of I by 1. So I plus 1, which is 1. Then it will come back here. Is I, which is now 1, less than 6? Yes. It will print this. Then it will then increment the value of I again. So I plus 1 again, which is 2. Now, is 2 less than 6? Yes. It will run this, then increment this to make I 3. Is 3 less than 6? Yes. It will run this, then increment I by 1 again to make it 4. Is 4 less than 6? Yes. It will run this, then increment by 1 again. Is 5 less than 6? Yes. To run this, increment this. Is 6 less than 6? No. Then it will stop. Then whatever is below this block, it will run. So that is how while loop work. So you initialize somewhere else. It's not necessary it is directly on top of the while statement. So you initialize somewhere else, then you give in the condition for the loop, then your logic, and don't forget to move close to termination. So let's save and compile. Here you go. Here you go. So this is it. So now let's assume you want to print from 0 to 5, right? But you don't want to print 4. For your reason, you don't want to print out 4. So what do? There is a statement, like I mentioned in the previous lecture, called continue. That means when you get to this particular level or this particular condition, skip the process. I don't want you to continue, just keep it. So now with the continue, you can do that. So let's say if I equals 4, I want to skip it. So continue. So that means when I is 0, it will print out this. When I is 1, it will print it out 2, 3. But the moment I is 4, it will skip it. That means it will just continue. It will move on. So that is what it means. But now, the problem is that if it moves on, it will get stuck here. So we need to do something. If, before you move on, try as much as possible to increment first. In the case of our for loop, you won't have to um, do this. You can just move on. So, but now we are going to get stuck if we move on without incrementing. So you need to increment first, then you move on. So that is that for continue. So you can save and compile. So now let's print that out. So you see 0, 1, 2, 3. Then instead of printing out 4, it's skip. It's just move on to 5. So now, what if we didn't remember to do this? Maybe we are not sure we should put it. So what would have happened? So let's compile. Yes, now you see it refused to continue. So it is acting like something else. So it's more like a logic error. So now, thank God we are able to realize that we should move a step further when we want to skip a particular level. So now, other keyword you can use in escaping a loop is, or jumping out of a loop, is called break. So in the case where you want to stop at 4 when I is 4, so what you can do is, yes, you don't want to skip it, you just want to stop the whole thing, you want to stop the whole process. All you need to do is use the break keyword. So that means once this condition is met, just skip this particular loop. So now let's see. Oh, here you go. So now you see, when I becomes 4, just skip. That is that. So now let me reiterate. So let me state again the difference. When you are using continue, that means when a particular condition is met, you want to skip the process to then move on to the next level. When you are using break, you want to stop the whole loop completely. So that is for break. So then, in the case of return, you can also use return. This will be valid since we are in loop. Since we are in. So if we are to use return as well, it will be valid. Okay, let's make a difference. So when you get to the level where I equals 3, I want you to stop everything. So now this is valid since we are in a function. So assuming we are not in a function, it will not be valid because you can't just call return out of the blue. It has to be in a function. So that means it is going to skip the others once I equals 3. So let's see that. Let's save and we compile. So here you go. So when I becomes 3, just skip and refuse to continue. So you skip 3, you skip 4, you skip 5. All because I equals 3. So like now, to jump out of a loop, either for loop, while loop, or do while loop, which we are going to talk about in the next lecture, all you need to do is provide return keyword or break keyword or the continue keyword. So with any of these, you can jump out of the loop. So depending on the kind of logic you are using, that will determine which one to use. The break keyword, you use it when you just want to stop the whole function. So when that condition is reached, you just want to stop the whole function. So in the case of break, so when that condition is reached, you just want to stop the whole loop. When for continue, when that condition for continue is reached, you want to skip that logic, just move to the next step. Those are the statements that can be used to jump out of a loop. So now that is that for while loop. In the next lecture, we'll look at do while loop. See you in the next lecture. Hello, welcome back. So in this lecture, we'll be looking at do while loop, which is the third loop provided by MQL5. So how do you write do while loop? So now let's get rid of this. So the first thing you do is you type do, then you put in your curly brace, then it is expecting your logic here, then it is expecting you to type y, then put in your condition, then a semicolon. So you notice the for loop doesn't expect you to put semicolon maybe at the end of the let's say at the end of the at the end of this. It's not expecting you to put semicolon, but for do while loop, you have to memorize this, the way of writing this. This is not allowed, but for this it is valid. Also, you notice for the while loop, we are not supposed to add semicolon, but for this you have to. So this is how while loop is written. So now, also, how do you where do you put your initialization? Initialization for do while loop or as well is outside the block of code for do while loop itself. For example, I equals 0, so you initialize outside. So like just like while loop, it is not necessary it is at the top of the do while loop, so it can be somewhere else, maybe outside here. I equals 0, so it can be like this. So that is do while loop. So now for the condition, you put it here. So now the difference between the do while loop and the main while loop is that for the while loop, it checks the condition first before running the logic or the block of code. But for do while loop, it runs the logic first, then check for the condition. If the condition is valid, it will run it again. I mean, move to the next step close to the termination. So it's not necessarily that it runs it 2 times. So it just move a step up. So let's not forget the difference. Do while loop runs the logic first before checking the condition. Meanwhile, while loop checks the condition before running the logic. For example, let's say the condition is I is less than 6. Meanwhile, let's say I equals 8. So let's print out. Ayo, I is, let's put I, yes. So now, if we were on while loop and of course 8 is less than 6, it won't execute this block of code. But let's see what happens here. So let's save and we compile. So you see, so I equals 8, it is running the block of code. So that is the beauty of do while loop. So it runs the logic at least once, and that is because it runs the logic before checking the condition. Then if it realizes that the condition is not valid, then it will now stop the loop. It will consider that, okay, oh, I think I shouldn't have run the first the first round. So that is do while loop for you. So also you can use the break, continue, or return keyword in your do while loop, just like other loops. So you are not limited to just for and while loop for the break, return, or continue. So you can use it here. So now let's reiterate. We have 3 types of loops in MQL5. The first one is the for loop, so which is declared by putting your initialization, then you put your condition, then you put the statement. This statement is used in moving a step further close to termination, and declared like this. Then you put in your logic. right? So the while loop is written like this. So you put in your condition, right? They put in here. So basically you should go close to it to termination. Move statement to move closer to termination, right? Then this you should initialization of your checks. It's not necessary you initialize. Sometimes your checks doesn't really need to be, but all that matters is note that your initialization is outside your while loop if you need to initialize, while your condition will be here. And for do while loop, it is written this way: it runs at least once. So it and that is because it will run the loop before checking the condition, just like we saw. It didn't realize at first that the condition was not true, so it ran this before realizing that, oh, 8 is not less than 6. So that is loops in MQL5. So in the next section we'll be looking at array, and what we can do with array. Also, we'll be implementing the loop we learn in this section. So see you in the next lecture. Hello, welcome back. So in this lecture we'll be looking at array. So now, what are array? So array is um like a bucket or a list that contains elements of similar data types. So that is arrays. So far you realize that we only have the ability to store one thing into our variable at a time. For example, when I want to store my name, I can only store my name at a time. One. So let's assume I want to store my last name as well. So now, well, let's assume I want to store my age. So I'm obviously not 100 years old. So now, what if I want all of these stored in one bucket or one variable? So array helps you with that. So now, this is a practical course, right? So we are interested in how this helps us, how all of these things help us in building or developing a bot, right? So now, one of the instances at which you can use an array is when you need to store some information that change. For example, let's say you have a request, maybe as a freelancer or from your friend or even from your idea, that you need to set partial take profits. Meanwhile, you have multiple positions open. So how do you store the the position that you've set partial take profit for, like you've the one you've closed part of the lot size? So you can store them. You store them relative to their um let's say maybe their position ID or their ticket number, so you store them relative to that. You can store, like I said, with this you can store more than one thing inside one variable. So now, how do you access the list? It is by index. So let's say the first one you put in there will be on position 0. Like I said in previous lecture, counting in programming or computer science starts with 0. So the first element will be considered as element of index 0, then the next one index 1, and so on. So that is that. So now, enough of the imaginary um, instance. let's get into how to write our array. So now, as promised, array allows you to um put in lot of things, lot of data inside one variable. But you are not restricted to just one data type. You have the opportunity of specifying the data types you want your element to be. So now let's assume I have group of names that I wish to store. So my array will be in string, right? So that means string, then your array name, class name, class members, right? Or let me say trading symbols. Yes, this is more practical. Now the next thing is you need to put in something called block bracket, which is this. So now, one of the ways of initializing or declaring um, an array is this. You can leave it like this, or you can declare and initialize at the same time. So to initialize, you say equal to your assign. Then you put the list is usually in a curly brace. Then you start giving your list. So let's say X USD. Then for the next element, this is the first element. Then for the next element, you put in comma. Then the next element, let's say Euro USD. Then the next element, let's say BTC USD. Then for the next element, let's say GBP USD. So now, this is my list. So in the case, let's say you want to you want to list out pairs or symbol that you want to trade, you can put it in a list. So instead of having something like pair 1, then you say AXD, okay, then you say pair 2 Euro USD, then you say pair 3 BTC USD, pair 4 GBP USD. Oops, USD. So instead of having this, so you can easily okay, in the case, let's say you are going up to 28. Are you going to continue assigning variables? No, because even if you are able to do that, maybe you are agile enough to type all of this. Are you agile enough to process them at the same time? No. But with array, you have the opportunity to process this elements in your list conveniently. So it's best you use array, and this is one way of giving listing array. Another thing is you can specify the size of your array if you know the size. For example, if I'm aware that okay, the size of my array is 4. When I say the size, I mean how many elements are you expecting in your list or your array. So you can specify that. Let's say you are expecting 10. Yes. So now this is my array, right? So what are the things I can do? Let's say I want to print out the first item in my array. So I'll say, okay, I can easily print it out by saying I will get the name of my array, right? Then I'll put in my block bracket again. Then I will specify the index. So let's say I want to print out this. It will be index 0 because this is index 0, index 1, index 2, index 3. Then let's not forget our semicolon. Then we save and we compile. Now we're having an error. What does it say? So it's saying array required at 11. Now This is a syntax error due to the fact that we should have added a semicolon. So in case you spot that, kudos to you. First, you are observant. Second, you've been following along, and maybe you of course maybe you've probably made your own mistake as you try to practice in between. So now let's save and compile again. Now we have no error. In case you are not able to spot that, no problem. With time, as you engage in trying to practice how to do this, of course it will be second to nature. So now let's execute this. Then you see it's telling me XAU USD. So now let's say you want to access this. Can you guess the index that will be? Alright, pause and guess. So it will be 0, 1, 2, which is 2. So this is 0, this is 1, and this is 2. And you can compile. So let's check that out. So you can see we are right. So now, using array, you have the opportunity to process your list or your bucket conveniently. Let's assume I want to print everything. What do I do? First, I can use loop. Then all I need to do is, start from the beginning of the loop, then print to the end. Then I will assign my variable from the loop. So let's say you want to print out everything in the list. Array allows you to process all your data conveniently. So now you don't have to say, let's say you want to print out everything. You don't have to say 0, 0. You don't have to say 0, 1, 2, 3. You don't have to do that. Let's say they are up to 1500. You don't have to do this. So all you need to do is you can do it with your loop. So let's use for loop, then we try while loop. So you can say, so let's initialize since we want to start from the beginning. So you can say I equals 0, because of course arrays always start from 0. Then when do we want to stop? We want to stop at the end of the loop. So you realize that okay, the number of elements here is 4, right? So we need to know the number of elements in the loop. The size of the loop. So now there is a function called array size in MQL5. So let's first get the size. We can write this out. So array size. Here it returns integer, right? So now we need to specify the array we want to get the size for. So we specify our array, right? Then we can easily say I is less than. So once I, which is 0, is less than the array, so this will surely give us 4, right? Then once I is less than 4, which is valid, it will move into the array. It will move into the loop block. Then what do we want to do? We want to increment. We want to move a step further. So let's just do this. We increment. Then we can easily print out our array. So now, how do we do that? Remember that the major reason why we are using loop is to print everything out, what is in the array, right? But we don't want to add, we don't want to put in the index ourselves. But with this, we can easily say this and I. So it's as simple as this. So now, how do this work? I equals 0, right? Is I less than the array size? If true, it will come here. Since I is 1, it will print the first element of the array. Then it will increment the value of I by 1 to make it 1. Now, is 1 less than the array size, which is 4? Let's say the array size is 4, right? So is I less than 4? Yes. It will then print the element 1 for this array. Then increment the value of I, making it 2. Is 2 less than 4? Yes. Then it will print the element on index 2. Now, it will increment again to make it 3. Is 3 less than 4? Yes. Then it will it will print out the element 3, which is this. Then it will increment to make it 4. Now, is 4 less than 4? No. Then it will terminate. So now, don't always don't forget to put in your step to go close to termination. So now let's quickly run this and see this in action. So let's print out this. Okay, let's do this so that we have a demarcation at the top. So one of the reasons why this is valid is because I have a quote. So it's not valid to just put in this outside unless you have it as a comment. Yes, then it is valid. But so let's save and compile. So you see, now it is printing my list. So I don't have to say print peer 1, print peer 2, print peer 3 to peer 100. No. So even if I have 300 items, I can print them as easy as that using for loop. As promised, we can also do this using while loop. So why? Now we need to initialize, but it needs to be done outside, right? So I equals, let's get rid of this so that you won't get confused. So I equals 0. So I want to start my printing from I equals 0, but I want to make sure that I'm within the range of the size of the array. So that's why I have to put my condition to be I is less than the size. Some people might be like, why not I equals to 0, I less than or equal to the size? And this is because even if the size is a particular number, you can't access the index that is exactly of that size. For example, this is the size of this is 4, right? But the index 4 of this array is nothing, because the indexing starts from 0. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3. So nothing like 4, even if the size is 4. So that is why we shouldn't put less than or equal to, and if you try that, you jump into a runtime error. So that is that. So let's continue. Then you write in your logic. So in our case, our logic is to print out this. Now so automatically this loop will help us to go through this. It will be the one to specify when I is 0, when it should print 0, index 0, 1, 2, 3. Now let's forget our step to move close to termination. So yes, after printing this, I want you to increment the value of I. I don't want you to get stuck at printing just the first element. So I want I to be increased even at the end of each print. So let's save and compile. Let's see. So you can see it is doing that again. So it's printing out everything. So let's assume I want to say, okay, once the elements, this value is let's say we want to continue printing, right? So let's say we want to say if any of this value is BTC USD, I want to do something. Let's say I want to break. So that means when it prints this, and it is about to print this, but it realizes that the element we are currently about to print is this. I want to stop printing. I want to stop there. So let's see that in action. Save and compile. So now here you go. So you see it prints this, then it realizes that the value is BTC USD, then it stop, it breaks. So that is the usefulness of break keyword. You can also use continue, but remember, you must in your while loop, you must move a step further. So now you are not restricted to printing from the beginning alone. You can also print from the end of your list. So how do you do that? Can you guess? So you have to add. Let's do this. So you have to start printing from the back, right? So now size. But the problem is that the value of this will be 4, and by the time you try to get an element of at position of the same size of the um, list, you will get an error because there's no element of index 4. So what do you do? So you can easily, because it is intuitive, so you can easily say -1. So get the array size of this array, then -1. So automatically this will make it 3. So now what you do is you change the condition here. You say you say yi is greater than or equal to 0. So now this is what will happen. Array size equals to 4, right? Then you say I equals 4 minus 1, which is 3. This will eventually become 3, right? Now, is I greater than or equal to 0? Yes, it is. Then, okay, let's get rid of this for now. Yes, it is. It will enter this block of code. Then, do you want to increment I in this case? No, because by the time you increment I, it will move it back to 4, which will terminate this loop. So what we want to do is we want to decrease. So we want to decrease by 1 step, so that yes, this was 3, or this is 3. Then after this, let's make it become 2, because after printing this, you want to move to this. So you want to print this, which is 2. After printing this, then you want to move to 1 to print this. Then you want to move to 0 to print this. So note, since we are like I is greater than or equal to, so of course 0 is greater than or equal to 0. So by the time it's print the last one, which is at index 0, it will then decrease the value of I by by 1 again, to make it -1. So now, is -1 greater than or equal to 0? No. Then the loop will stop. So let's quickly save this. So I'll get rid of, okay, let's quickly save this and compile. So here you go. It is printing from GBP USD, BTC USD, Euro USD, my god. That is how you use the loop to print out things in your array. And like I've shown you, you do not have to start from the beginning. You can also start from the back. So in later lectures, when we are into writing more functions, especially for our positions or orders, you see how it works. So in the next lecture, we'll look into 2D array or 3D array. So we are not just restricted to using our array in form of this. So see you in the next lecture. So far, all we've been doing is one-dimensional array. So you're not limited to having an array that has just one dimension. So what I mean by dimension is, now you have this, just this as element 1, right? As just this in one element. You can also have another array in each element. So how do you do this? So now let's get rid of all of this. Also, we are not restricted to having strings. So like I said, you have the opportunity of specifying data types. So now in this case, let's use data type of int. So let's say we have a variable name position, positions, then you put your um, block bracket. So this is where you specify the size, or you specify the dimension you want. So now let's say we want array size of 3 but in 2 dimension. So that will be this and this. So this is what it will look like. So let's not forget our semicolon so that we won't have a syntax error. You don't have to specify a single element. So you can have another array inside, but this array should be in size 2, since we specified that okay, we won't go beyond 2. So that means you can have something like 5 and 6. Then item 2 also can take in whatever, then like this. So that is that. So you can see this is now 2 items, but my array size, overall array size is 3. So that is that for multi-dimensional array. So you are not limited to just 3 and 2. You can do as much as possible. So now how do you access this array? So let's try that. Array size, positions. So now what position do you want to print? Let's say you want to print from position 1, which is this group. So 1, then which of these do you wish to access? Let's say you want to access this, it's 9. So that means you specify what? 1 again, because this is 0 and this is 1, right? So let's not forget our semicolon. Then we save and compile. So now we are expecting 81, right? So let's close this. Here you go. Sorry, 89. So that is how you access your multi-dimensional array. So depending on the complexity of your logic or your project, you probably won't need a multi-dimensional array, but try as much as possible to get used to array, even if it is just the one-dimensional array. Sometimes you when the complexity is needed, you sometimes need to use array. So just be aware of how to go about it. So sometimes array can be scary, and it is one of the feature MQL5 or programming generally that leads to having a runtime error, which can be very tricky to deal with, because in most cases it is your user, or it is during the deployment or during the usage part of the um, project. So that will be the time you realize that you have a runtime error. So before we move to the next lecture, so I'd like to introduce you to few of the large list, not really large list, few of the list of array functions. I mean built-in functions by MQL5 for array. So things you can do with array with the built-in functions. So one of the things we've used so far is the array size, which can be used in getting the size of the array. So in the next lecture, we look at built-in functions for array. See you in the next lecture. Hello, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're looking into array functions in MQL5. You don't have to memorize all these functions. You just need to be aware of their availability, so that when you need them, you can always go back to the documentation to look up how they work, what they return, things like that. So, but there are some things you need to memorize as well. For example, you need to be aware. You don't necessarily need to be
So you don't necessarily need to memorize, you just need to be aware of keywords in MQL5 so that you won't mistakenly use keywords as a variable name or function name. So you need to be aware of available function names too. You don't have to you don't need to be aware of everything, just be watchful. So of course when you declare your variable, your function name with a name that's already assigned to a built-in function in MQL5, you'll be alerted. You will notice with the color of the with the color assigned to that variable in MQL, in Metal Editor. So moving on to array function. So go back to your documentation, go to your favorite search engine, type in array function in MQL5. So the first, I don't know about um your browse, your search engine, but the first result should be from MQL5 documentation, and these are the list of functions in um, built in for array in MQL5. So you can easily go through the actions, and any of it which you are interested in, you can click on it, which will move you to the exact documentation for that particular function. So you will be able to see the return value, the argument it is expecting you to give it, and so on. So now we will be looking into few of this, and so far we've looked at one, and the one we saw was the array size, which gives us the size of the array. Okay, and let's look at another one called array resize. So in this case, let's say you want to add more value or more elements to your array. So you need to resize the array before you can add an element to the array, because when you initialize an array, a strict it has a strict size, especially when you specify the size, and the number of elements is already equivalent to the size you specify. So you when you want to add to the element of the array, you need to resize the array. So for the array function, so you can easily go through the actions and play with some. So you can see you have array maximum, which go through. This is basically for when your so this is basically used when your array list is a data type of integer or double. In to be precise, if your array list is have a data type of number, either a double or integer or a float. So now you want to get the maximum value, the maximum element in your list. So that is what this is used for. And for minimum, you want to get the minimum. So this is used in printing out every array in your list. So you see the range, see it returns the number of elements in the specific dimension. So in the case where you have a multi-dimensional array, so this is what you go for. So in the case where you want to remove a particular, the index of an element that you are no longer interested in, maybe you want to remove it from the list, so you go for array remove and reverse. So in case you want to reverse the specified number of elements, stuff like that. So size, sorts. So there are a lot of, so like I said, you don't have to memorize all of this. All you need to do is be aware of their existence, what they do. So just going through this text is fine. So you don't have to go into each of the function, unless maybe you just want to have some fun. So you can go through the functions to know how they operate. But trust me, you don't need to memorize all of this. So that is that for array. So in the next lecture, we look into indicators. There we look into how to implement technical indicator that are available on MetaTrader 5. Then we move into writing our custom indicators.
Also, we implement indicators by someone else, maybe one of a friend. So let's say you find an indicator online, a custom indicator online that is free, or the one you purchase maybe on MQL5 market, and you wish to implement it. There we learn how to do that, and at the same time we learn how to write our own custom indicator. So see you in the next lecture.
Hello, I hope you've been having fun so far and you've been learning a lot. As said earlier, this is a percentage of my full course on MQL5 Complete Guide. To have a full live access to the full course, kindly use the link in the description to get the course at a discounted price. Also, you have access to resources used in the course. The course also comes with a 30 days money back guarantee in case you are not satisfied. So, what are you waiting for? I'll see you in the next lecture.